Hi guys.
Hello, gamers.
We're in different positions, which we'll get to, I'm sure. But welcome to episode 8 of the Six Pack Podcast. We are closing in on double digits, which is cool. We have a guest, which we will introduce in a moment. Shan.
Yes.
Harry. Any
Hello there.
housekeeping?
I'm doing my best. I'm on a setup that is like Doc today. Last time I copied Shan. This time I'm copying Doc. We got the same shirt. I've got the glasses on. I've got the microphone central position. So if I sit like this, you audio listeners, my mouth is covered by the microphone.
But did you do that on purpose, or did you just like do that and now you're saying that you copied Doc?
A bit of option A, a bit of option B.
Right.
We
okay.
need to work on the
hear
hair and the beard, Harry, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Right.
I've got a few more weeks in Sweden. I've seen some fabulous beards up here. You know, we can keep it going. I can get it going.
We were talking about that you might be in your Italian era. I think you need to migrate and get into your Viking era. I think this would be a good thing for you. Yeah.
Absolutely, yes.
Mhm.
All right. So no housekeeping then.
I don't think
Anything we need
so.
to? Maybe the only.
I was going to say
Go
to
ahead.
the audio
Go ahead, Harry.
listeners that I'm very sorry that I couldn't find a green screen in time, so I've lost my green screen privileges. I've been revoked them,
It's all right.
which frankly everybody's probably.
I mean, I don't
happy
think
about.
the audio listeners are really gonna mind if you don't have a green screen.
I think the audio listeners do mind that I don't have a green screen. I think it just adds some like zest. It just adds some zest to the experience. Some je ne
Theater,
sais quoi.
theater of the mind green screening from Harry here.
You know what? Audio listeners are gonna have a better time if I just tell them I have a green screen and there's like 3 of me on the screen right now.
Yeah. Sounds good. All right. Maybe then the only point of housekeeping is with 2 episodes to go over, etc. We are putting the art showcase off until next episode, but it will return. I promise.
That gives us time still to get permission from Benjamin to show off his merch idea.
Oh,
and
the
it gives
merch
me
idea.
time. It gives me time to remember to draw something for the art showcase.
Excellent, Shan.
Yeah.
In fact, the timing won't work out, unfortunately. I was thinking I could ask you to get permission from Benjamin in person. But
For next time I can.
But the timing won't work out, though, right?
We'll see. Maybe Ben and I can draw something together.
If you manage to do that, I think everyone would love to see it.
Listen, I'll see if I can make it happen.
All right.
I think he likes me. I don't know. He might hate me. I don't know. So we'll see.
I find it difficult to believe that anybody hates you, Shan. But
No, I think
think anyone could hate the
I think he
CEO
finds
vibes.
me
No.
humorous because I usually try and match his freak whenever I see him. I told him that before, so I think he finds that amusing because I'll never match his freak. No one can.
excellent.
So excellent, is it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay. All right.
We've been
Bet.
vibing enough now.
Yeah.
We can pass things over to
Move
our
on.
lovely guest. Kari, introduce yourself. Who are you?
Hi. My name is Kari. I'm from Germany. I live close to Nuremberg, and I a long time D&D gamer. I'm a absolute nerd, and I am a library technician. If I'm not watching D&D with you guys, or play D&D myself, or Pathfinder, or video games, or the list is long.
Excellent. So tell us, what does a library technician do?
Oh, we are kind of the people who are at the front desk in a library. We are trying to do the customer service. We help people finding the stuff they're looking for. We are I'm doing story time every Tuesday. Well, not just me, but me and my colleagues have story time every Tuesday where we read to children. We have some STEM activities every week where I help, and I'm the lead technician because I'm the kind of the senior in the group. I go through the material as well and check if the tags and labels and all are correct, and if a book gets damaged or an item gets damaged, I'm the one who is then supposed to repair it. So yeah, that's the long list.
Lots of responsibilities. Keeping a library is not a small or trivial thing at all.
That's true.
It's pretty awesome.
Very cool. So, usual questions, Kari, that we asked everybody. The first one being, how did you find Natural Six?
I have to thank my niece by heart, Chloe, for that, because we were like watching all kinds of D&D podcasts and like Critical Role and Dimension 20 and all that, and we ran out of stuff because we would watch almost like at least every week, if not even up to like every second evening or something together. And she found just kind of after the like episode 0.5 episode 1 aired in that direction and was like, hey, that looks interesting. And we watched the episodes, and the live episode that was horrible sound but absolutely worth watching. And then we fell in love with it, and we saw like, oh, they are live on, like, at least recorded, but like live on Twitch. So we joined the crew, and yeah, that
The rest is history.
Yeah, the rest is history.
Very cool. Very cool. So you got in after the Kickstarter then?
Yes, after the Kickstarter. But like as soon as they just like said like, hey, we have a Patreon, we literally all jumped on it right away.
Very cool. Very cool. So, and I think you are, the first person on whose first language is not English. What is it like be in that environment, having that kind of group, and how does that feel and work, basically? Since are there actual plays in Germany? There must be, right?
There are plays in Germany. The thing is, I by now, because the library I'm working at is mostly for people who speak English.
Okay.
So I'm there usually like helping with, hey, if you don't know how to deal around in Germany, or if you need help here, I'm here to help. And so I'm used to, I speak by now more English than German.
Okay.
I'm not perfect in English by any means, and especially when I'm tired, I'm getting like really weird with my language. But yeah, I'm used to more English than German for about 6 years by now.
Do you feel like some of the shows cater to the non-English speaking community better than others?
Hard to say. I mean, I watch a couple of English and non-English stuff, so I try to mix it up. But it is hard really for me to watch things that are non-English, because when I like listen to it and like I cast Feuerball. Wait, isn't it Fireball? and when they then speak about the dices as Würfel, and like that's completely wrong in my head. So yeah, it's I at times still watch some, especially like not D&D, but there's another German podcast, RPG podcast I'm sometimes watching. They do it not like regularly, the Horde, but it's for me weird to watch it, because like whenever I hear something that in my head should be English,
Yeah.
yeah.
I can certainly
So-
relate.
Sounds wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Have this all the time in science with scientific terms and multilingual folks. Yeah, it's like you learn it in one language and then it really feels weird when you have the technical terms. So
Yeah.
maybe a nice segue then to your D&D tabletop origin story. How did you get into it? How did you find D&D in the first place? Or maybe you found another system before you even found D&D.
Do you want the long or the short story?
That's up to you.
So
Anything is
my-
content.
my oldest sister played when I was like 5. Played the Dark Eye, das schwarze Auge, and I wanted to play that as a kid because since I am like a walking 3 feet tall, I always wanted like Xena and magic and all that. Like you couldn't get me anyhow else. And so I wanted to play it, but my parents told me like that's for adult people, and so I had to wait. And then with like 16, I joined a show fighting group with like swords and stuff, and was like, yeah, I wanted always to play like all these stuff, and they were like, I don't know what you're talking about. We played that when we were kids, like 10. I wasn't allowed to. And then in 2006, I joined a group of Vampire the Masquerade LARPers. Very weird to play it as LARP.
Yep. As someone who has been playing in World of Darkness for over 20 years, I'm sure that was an interesting group. Yep.
It was an interesting group, but I enjoyed it, and we didn't really... we tried to play Vampire the Masquerade, but I think every other vampire group would have thought like, I have no idea what they're doing. We played Camarilla, and we played Sabbath some later. What even was worse, because you cannot really play Sabbath at the it just doesn't work. You cannot like cut people open and like, yay.
Yeah, no.
That is like what Sabbath is like. And I was like, no, it doesn't work. And then I started after that with a group in Stuttgart. I started to play Riddle of Steel. That is, I think, Conan the Barbarian based.
Yep.
Originally, but we without the Conan a low magic system, where I still had to play a healing mage, and then we slid over to Mouse Guard, and then in 2015, I became part of a admin group on Facebook for a fantasy movie that was based on a D&D campaign. It is Mythica, in case anyone has heard it. And I started to join the Kickstarter, and we started to like help with the Facebook, and became the official Facebook fan group. So much that we actually showed up in the 5th movie. We actually had were in the end credits a couple times, because we had side role, speaking roles in the background and stuff, back mumble and things, and they kept listing us up to 3 times, because we're part of Kickstarter, part of this, and the admins with me there that became my family by heart, they started then to play with me Pathfinder, but because at that point I started to go fully into Critical Role, they 5th editionized it. So I learned then how Pathfinder works through the Pathfinder games, like Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. I was like, oh, that's how it's supposed to be. And and then for 3 years I'm now playing actually 5e as a Grave Cleric, and we're still playing. We're like level 12 by now, and I started DMing Pathfinder and 5e over the years, and yeah, that's me by now.
Extremely seasoned.
Yes.
Lots of different
Extremely
systems.
seasoned.
Yes.
Yeah, I've just been googling some of the systems on the site, that kind of thing. The mouse guard tabletop game looks really nice as well. That's one I want to play.
It was fun. I just was like, I didn't think like a mouse at all.
Yeah.
Who
I
would,
know there's like
really?
another one that recently came out that was based on, like, I believe it's the game Root, which is like normally supposed to be kind of like a civilization-y sort of strategy like board game. They're making a video game version of it, and they made a tabletop version. They made like a little tabletop RPG thing in it, and you play as all these little cute little creature guys from all the different factions. Recommend googling that because it looks quite fun. But yeah, your grave cleric. Who introduced us to your grave cleric if you're able to? Like what are they? What do they do?
Oh, so because we're playing in a world that was created by the DM, and I didn't know the DM over that time because she is my friend Pat. You all know her by now. She dragged me onto a Discord server and was like, here we find a D&D campaign, and I already played one with these people, and so I joined that, and I had no idea about the world. So I was like, okay, I'm playing a cleric. I'm playing a character who is completely new to the world, who was raised completely sheltered and has no idea about the world at all. And that kind of led to the adventure of my character growing up by being actually full grown, but the world is new, like a little bit like Keyleth and Critical Role, and you could say wanted to hug a lot of people all the time, made like people literally not fall for her but warmed their heart, collected a couple of fathers on the way. Yeah, she had like 3 dads at some point. Her real dad, a guy who kind of was a mentor, a tutor for her, and then gave her actually like help with learning how to be a monk to a point. And then one that she had totally forgotten because she was lost in the Shadowfell for a couple of years. And when she came back, she had lost everything that had happened there, but someone had taken care of her there. And while they traveled into the Shadowfell, she met him, and he remembered her, and so it was like, oh, I have another dad, and they're like, okay, the 3rd dad in the list.
Oh my god, awesome!
Yeah,
I think
fun.
I mean, I think it's all that's always like the fun kind of idea. Like, if you don't know what you're doing, like if you don't know much about like the world and that kind of thing. I made the mistake like one time of trying to play a character who knew things when I was a player who didn't know things. Like, it's just kind of easier on you, I feel, to just kind of like play to what you know, I guess.
Yeah, and then if you don't know anything, then your best is just play something that has no idea about anything. So, who literally experiences the world just as new as you as a player do.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a bit of how the Natural Six guys have evolved themselves. Here, I think this is not spoilery. I think Holly even said recently on an Action Surge that wow, these certain games hit differently now that I know how D&D works.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, once you understand the system and you can get a feel for which things you can and can't do and how things work, then that changes how you play. And sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes that's a difficult thing. Right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Should
Cool.
I ask the important question?
I thought Shan was going to ask the important question.
Shan, would you like to ask the important question?
Sure.
The question, you know?
Yeah. So,
you know the question.
What's your number 1 what's your favorite dice? And number 2, what's your favorite number? It doesn't have to be on the dice, but like bonus points if it's on any of the
So-
dice.
You mean dice type or dice set?
Yeah, which of the polyhedrals do you like the most?
So my favorite dice type is the D20. I'm very normal with that, and my favorite number actually is the 18.
There you go.
Awesome, interesting, cool. Like, it's, you know, if you're like a champion fighter, pretty high level, that's fun to have as a crit. If you get an 18, you probably have succeeded. Is there much analysis into the 18, or is that?
It is more a 18 is you're not necessarily critting, but you still do your work well.
Yes.
Like no matter what, unless the DC is like extremely
30 or
high,
something.
you always are like on the safe side with an 18.
Is it
Indeed.
Pathfinder that has the concept of full success? I can't remember. There's like partial success, full success. I can't remember. Kari, it's been a long time since I've done any Pathfinder stuff.
So the way I learned it was that there was just the normal DC equal to, because it's based on Dungeons and Dragons 3.5. So
Yeah.
and there, sure, if you roll I have actually a rule with my niece, if she because my family by heart loves to make very strong characters. So and they read into their classes and everything, and then at some point they roll like perception, or like one skill is like so extreme that they literally they fold each other in time and literally disappear. And I told my niece that if she ever in perception rolls an 80 or higher, an 80, not 18, 80, she insta summons Tiamat and a battle starts.
Oh
Yep.
no.
80's a lot.
And I have the miniature here. I have the Tiamat miniature, the big one.
How close are they getting to 80? How close are they getting to that?
Oh dear. Actually, my niece had to at some point like refuse bardic inspiration and guidance to not hit the 80. Because they always try by now to hit like at least 70 or higher, but stay under the 80.
But stay underneath the 80. Yeah.
Just like actually actively trying to argue, like, can I please impose disadvantage? It's gonna be too far over.
Yeah, it's
Can
gonna
we
be
get like
too-
a minus on this?
She...
I cast Bane. The only time Bane has ever been
No,
used
they want
used
still
on player
to
characters.
be that powerful, but they try just to be under. Like once was literally she rolled a 78 on a perception check because she was like refusing a bardic inspiration to take hold.
So I do have to ask, how do you rule the difference between, like, I don't know, a 20 perception and a 78 perception? Like how do you rule the differences between those?
Problem with Pathfinder is, like with D&D 3.5, that there is no like clear line like we have in 5e with the like hard is 20, very hard is 25, nearly impossible is 30. That does not exist in Pathfinder. Literally, I said like I made the line at 80 because I played Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, and at the last point is like one roll you have to do to persuade a goddess to change her mind about a decision, was to roll a 50 at a persuasion check. And so I was like, okay, if that is how you persuade gods, that is for me the line. And then I just added like some extra, like, okay, because I knew that I had to roll, that I partially rolled a little bit higher than that due to Pathfinder is just so broken as a system. And then came to the 80 is the absolute. If that is hit, then they are ready for Tiamat.
It's one of the problems with the earlier versions is that at higher levels the numbers get kind of silly, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, we'll have a separate podcast review where Kari and I can reminisce on a bunch of game systems, and everybody else can choose not to tune in. Maybe, I don't know.
I can tune in. I'd like to tune in for the history of that. I'd like to just sit here with like my notepad and pen and just like write down and ask like questions that will make everyone.
Yeah,
like.
I'd like to. I have a friend of mine still from Canada who is a little bit older, and was around during the sort of the first edition kind of. Was at the original, a lot of the original cons in particular in the Pacific Northwest, and yeah, kind of watched all that, built his own game systems, tried to sell them, went to cons and sold them, all that kind of stuff, and he'd be a really good resource for that, because there is a lot of interesting sets of systems from that sort of late 80s to mid 90s era. There was much more diversity in the systems. Because that's how you kind of made your money, was to get somebody to play on your system, right? Which then allowed you to sell, because you were selling, kind of a bit how Wizards of the Coast functions now. They're trying to sell you modules, right? That you'll continue to buy, because that's how they make their money, is selling you the source material, right? So that's. That it wasn't always like that, right? There were lots of different people trying to, sell other systems as a way to, kind of get you to play your campaigns on their system. A bit like console wars in a sense of the competing systems. There's a whole other history which we will not get into about how Pathfinder came to be and why that is, but that is a story for another time.
Yeah.
You can include like a little like sub chapter, or as like a break in the middle of this this extra podcast episode. Include like a section where you talk about like the 2001 like MMO game thing, that the MMO that you've talked about before.
Oh, with Mark, yeah.
Yeah. We bring Mark back on. You guys can talk about that MMO. I know like there was a few people in like the server in the chat who were being like, I remember that game.
Reminiscing. Yeah.
Yes. So
yeah,
boom,
it was a different time.
We got the episode.
I think we're definitely at a stage with D&D, or with tabletop in general, but also with MMOs, where it's kind of balkanized a little bit, and there's actually not that many players. And when I say players, I don't mean actual people playing, but games in the mix, right? In the MMO sense, there's kind of really just World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy right now as the kind of big hitters, right? Shan knows a little bit about Final Fantasy 14. Just tiny bit.
Just a little bit. And my brother used to play RuneScape back in the day.
Yep.
Which was very funny to me for some reason, like back then. Now
there was a lot more diversity, and the game's only, you might have a game lifetime of 3 to 5 years, whereas like World of Warcraft's been around for what, 25 years now or something?
A long time.
Yeah, pretty much 20
so
would Club Penguin count as an MMO? What do you guys think? Club Penguin MMO, yes or no? I would say I'm pro MMO for Club Penguin.
I think it's
got the
like
infrastructure.
it definitely straddles that line. Yeah, it's like, but it's a browser game. Like it's a browser.
You can
MMO.
access RuneScape through a browser.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
what I mean. Like they're kind of like browser MMOs.
I feel like the term has
Free to
kind
play.
of gotten twisted a little bit, right?
Mhm.
On like, well, so an MMO is just an online game with multiple people in the same world. Well, there's lots of
Massively multiplayer.
yeah,
online.
there's lots of kind of games that would qualify there.
I think I could
Whereas-
make a convincing argument where if we were to compare the systems of World of Warcraft
Right.
with like the systems of Club Penguin,
Mhm.
like minus story, and even their Club Penguin's got a bit of a Club
Still has
Penguin has like a
quests, right?
narrative going on.
It
Like,
definitely has. If it-
everyone's trying to dance on that iceberg to get it.
Yeah,
to
like
fit.
if it doesn't have its own narrative, it has like a player-led narrative,
and it's a sandbox.
as opposed to like a written one. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. It's got lore. I've watched Izzy's. I don't know if you've ever seen the YouTuber Izzy. Izzy has done videos about Club Penguin, so I've learned a little bit about the lore, a little bit about the iceberg game, and I didn't play Club Penguin myself. My sister did, but yeah.
Did you play
like-
Club Penguin, Kari?
I have
Do you
no
have
idea what
any
you're talking
idea what
about.
we're talking about?
No.
Okay, well,
It never made it to Germany. Oh God.
it's a. I'm not even trying to explain it. Go and
You can't.
It's an
explain it.
MMO like World of Warcraft that Disney ran, okay? And it's like basically it was kind of for kids, pretty much.
Kind
where
of,
you're
yeah.
where you're like penguins, all right? Where you got like little penguin avatars walking around. You got these little and again, it's got a pets system in it, so it's an MMO. You've got these little fluffy furball things you can pay money to get as pets. There's mods and stuff like that. You can type in chat and you can get banned. That kind of stuff.
There were some
Your
really
king.
funny
Go around.
chat memes. Very funny chat
Yeah.
memes.
You can go into different rooms. You've got igloos. You can decorate your igloo, and it's even got combat in it as well. So you can go to the dojo and you can battle someone in a card game. So you can have Yu-Gi-Oh battles with them. Which I would argue, if I said all this out of context and I didn't add the word they were penguins and it's run by Disney, I think you'd think of World of Warcraft. I think you could argue that Club Penguin, World of Warcraft, same caliber of game.
I think this is getting close. I think this is getting close, Harry. We'll leave it to the comments section to debate.
Yeah. Do you think
Club
that
Penguin,
Club
I know I'm
Penguin
right.
is an MMO?
Do you think Club Penguin's an MMO?
Answer in the comments below.
we
Comments,
will.
tell me why I'm right that Club Penguin
Yeah,
is an
we'll
MMO.
have to come back to this.
What
one, I think.
color would your penguin be? And
Next
what
episode.
chat bubble would get you banned? Just kidding.
Yes.
Don't answer that.
Don't answer that
answer that.
question.
Don't answer
next,
that one.
Next episode, write those comments. I want to read out as many of those comments, and I want to either agree with you or argue with you about Club Penguin being an MMO.
God. I'm already worried because I'm gonna be late for the next episode. So I don't
Don't
know
worry,
if we
you
want to
can be
put your whole
late.
debate in it. Oh, so you'll open with the debate.
Yeah, we'll just open with this.
Right.
We'll just open with the debate, and you'll just casually come in or something like that. Or alternatively, Doc can just say no.
You can stop this at any time.
I mean, you guys didn't say no while Carrie and I were geeking out a little bit about game systems and
But
stuff.
that's
already, so-
part
There's
of
a
the
second break.
thing.
The second break features my analysis of how Club Penguin is an MMO.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Harry.
Oh
All right.
God.
We're-
So
we're
I'm
good.
getting
We're good.
animated about this.
We're good. All right. Let's move swiftly on, unless Carrie has anything else she'd like to impart
I think
upon
I'm
us. Anything from the last podcast we need to review?
I'd have to pull it up.
I don't know. It was nearly a month ago.
I know
Yeah,
it's
been
crazy.
So long. Let me see.
Shout out to Kenneth again, who went back and found a second BTS of them talking about, and by them I mean Aoife and Holly talking about Disturbia.
Yeah, I went back and got it myself. For a friend.
The man
Dang.
is a legend for going back, and he's like the mouse with the cheese. Has to find it.
So
I do not want to. Sorry to interrupt both of you, but
Yeah,
we also
go
have
for it.
we have an extra guest on the podcast, audio listeners.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Carrie,
that's-
please can you introduce your cat?
That is Lodna. She is named after a Critical Role character from the third
What
campaign.
does she see that she keeps latching onto something with her eyes?
She just I have there a lot of dragons and stuff
okay.
there, and she always sits there in case that when I take the phone into my hand, sometimes it throws a reflection to that wall. So she
Right.
always looks at this wall to see if there's a reflection she can handle.
Got it. I was
Fabulous.
wondering what she
Sorry.
was looking at.
But yes, she is.
Carry on, Shan. Yes.
So there's two. I'll read out like two different things here. So Jazzy B said that his favorite line of the episode was "Do birds get greasy?" Which
Oh no, that was that. Wait, I forgot I said that.
was an iconic quote, I think.
Have you
and
seen?
then-
There's like the Zach D Films. Do you guys know who Zach D Films is on YouTube?
It
YouTube
sounds
Shorts.
familiar. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, have you seen those weird YouTube shorts that are like the weird animated ones where he always starts off with the most unhinged sentence?
No.
Like
I
can't
he
say
does
that I
like one
have,
of these
Harry, no.
videos. He does one of these videos that is like if you extracted all the hair from your all the grease from your hair, or something like that.
Wait, I think I have seen some of these.
He's done like some popular ones which are just like if you got shot while wearing medieval armor, you'd think the bullet would bounce off of the armor, and it's like it's got
Yes,
like weird.
I have
high
seen
production
these.
value.
Really
Like,
weird, really
He
weird
did a video about the
animation.
Titanic. He did a video about the
Yeah.
Titanic, and his name was on the Titanic, and no, his name was on the iceberg of the Titanic. So he was trying to say like he caused the iceberg to exist on the Titanic. It's mad.
Yeah,
like-
he's done some goofy stuff.
It's
Like as
very
soon as you
goofy.
did the voice, I knew exactly what you were
Yeah.
talking about. I haven't seen many of them, but I have seen a couple, and they're really weird.
But yeah, like in my defense, like he did do a video that was like basically, oh, if you gathered all of the grease out of your hair, like like in like a year you could get like you could get like a teaspoon, and if you ended up like spending your whole life, you could basically get enough enough grease from your hair in order to like fry in order to like deep fry something, so like birds could get greasy. You could probably like grease a bird in its own
Yeah.
grease.
I mean, if you've never seen a Dawn commercial, like the dish soap, there's some greasy birds in those because Dawn's one of the best dish soaps for removing grease or oil from ducks after oil spills, like from animals in general. So those birds are greasy.
Very, in fact.
Yeah.
Speaking of this as well, Kenneth, one of his observations for the episode was also Ben is a real bad influence on Harry. He's gone so far off the rails the last few episodes. I think he secretly wants to be from Boston.
Inside
Is that a
joke
good
So-
thing?
for
Is
our
that a bad
listeners.
thing?
Yeah, I
nope.
don't know. Oh,
Nope.
and Mark mentioned that he was in the same building as Hacker T-Dog and Phil Fletcher,
Oh, okay. Dang.
and should have educated you on the difference between the animals.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever seen them in the same building? Seen them in the same
I
building? the
haven't,
same
but
guy?
that's because I'm American and we don't
You're
have
not-
them
Knows.
here.
You're not
Well, we need to
close
friggin'
enough to
invite
attend.
Hackety Dog, Basil Brush, invite them to PAX. Let's invite them to
Right.
PAX. Get
Have
them on.
have them
the
get
panel.
invited to PAX. Yeah.
Get them on the live panel.
Oh,
Talk
yeah.
about
Okay?
being normal men.
Yes. No. Here's the thing. What you do is like next to Ben
Oh God.
during the PAX live show, you just have Basil Brush and Hackety Dog just in the show. No, in fact, you just replace Ben. Ben's not there.
Yeah,
Like,
there
let's
you
just
go.
say Ben just remove Ben from the live show, and then just
Yeah.
both of them are there. Just play in at Radiant. I don't think
Yeah.
you'd see much of a difference.
No, probably not.
I wouldn't, because I think they're the same guy.
Yeah, clearly that's the one thing we do know. So,
Right. Moving swiftly on
yes.
to our news. I am going to pull up the April schedule here.
We're near the end of April.
Yep.
Mhm.
It has
Now
happened, Harry.
April is April. Yeah.
Let's just have a quick look here. We
Wait,
got the
did-
one
did we
more
do- we
story
didn't-
episode.
Did we do? I mean, well, we didn't really get to cover a lot of April, obviously, because like, when did we film the last one? The last one was 25th of March. When did the actual article come out?
I don't even remember, dude.
When did The Witch come out?
When did this article? I forgot when because like, did we record it before the design for the
Oh,
the God
before
Killers
the
came
design
out?
of the God Killers
Oh
came out?
yeah, we didn't talk about the new. I don't think we talked about the new shirt design.
I just want to hide. I don't think we did
Let me
because
look
I
at
would have.
let me look at the
gushed
last.
about it.
No, the April, because we filmed on, as you say, Harry, the 25th of March. This April schedule was not even published then.
No, well, I mean, first of all, the big thing, the God Killers merch. Holy fudge!
Yep.
That art,
Looks great.
it slaps.
I'm gonna
I
be
mean,
parked. I need that shirt. I need it. I need it.
I am going to be parked because I'm going to be parked outside the bank
Oh.
because like to ask for more money.
You need
Okay.
to
Sorry, when I say that, that sounds
take
like I'm about
advantage
to rob
of
a bank. I'm
your-
not going to rob a bank.
no, Harry. You need to take
Right.
advantage of your low interest student overdraft.
Yes, that's what I meant. That's what I was intending to go with the joke, and you phrased it better than I did. I
Yeah.
just sounded like I was going to do something bad. Don't rob banks. That's not good.
No, don't
Not
do
a good
that.
idea.
No. Don't
yeah,
do that.
merchandise. I believe the announcement for the drop is right after PAX. No,
Yes,
or is
I
it before?
think so.
I honestly can't
it's
remember.
Soon.
I
but,
should know this, but
Can we?
Because
Yeah,
the merch drop is the 30th. I want to say, hold on, when's the 4th? I want to say it's the 4th that they're doing the preview video.
It's the 4th. That would be Sunday potentially.
Never
so I don't know if
mind,
it'd
then
be
not the 4th. I can't
Let me go
remember if
back
it's right
here.
Merch
before
Here we go.
PAX
Merch
or
will
drop
right
be
to.
after.
announced
Here we go.
May
Here we go. Here we
2nd.
go.
May 2nd.
So the merch drop.
I knew it was like in the single digits of May. I just could not remember when, which meant that it had to be before PAX, because PAX straddles the, like, it starts in the single digits and ends in the double digits, if you know what I mean. If you
Yep.
get how I'm
Yeah.
explaining this. Mentally, I could picture the date and I knew it was a single digit. Did I know which one? Clearly not. No. But I was close.
No, it'll be. I mean, it's gonna be fantastic. Obviously, there's some stuff that's gonna be exclusive, I believe, to MCM.
Yes. I have
Um,
already had someone offer to pick me up the MCM item and to hand it off to my American friend if Holly lets him. So I have to ask Holly.
To get approval.
Wild.
I just want to make sure it's going to be okay. Like, I think if he said it's for Shannon, it would probably be fine. But I want to make sure because
Not
I
just
don't want
like
to upset
taking all the
Holly.
things from the
I
table and
literally said-
swiping them into a bag, right?
Well, no, because he had
Natural six
offered to buy
scalping
me
speed
whatever
run.
from the table, and I said, to be quite honest, if I were to ask for anything, it'd be for the MCM item, and then I would take my chances in the store because
Yep.
I don't want him to have to buy me like everything because I plan to be around for the merch drop, and I plan to get what I can at the merch drop. So I wouldn't want to take up space in my friend's suitcase. So I had said, like, if anything, I would ask for the one item, and then what happens for the
Yep.
merch because I don't. Last time I didn't know what was gonna happen because I don't think they had announced merch at last MCM by then yet. So because it
I
was
think
in
you're right. Shan.
October.
I mean, there was always the hope that
There was the chance.
Yeah.
But I had that was a whole different thing, and we
nothing
had asked
formally
Holly.
announced for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and we had asked Holly. She said as long as it was like not a ton of extra items, you could buy something for someone who couldn't be there. And so Andrew had offered to buy me, one of everything. So this time I had said, if anything, just the one item for my friend's ease of transport, for ease of her mailing it to me, and because I plan to be around for the merch drop. And so I don't want to take that away from people who can actually be there and meet Holly's tiny mom, who is running the booth. I wish I could meet Holly's tiny mom, who's running the booth, but alas, I'm American and can't afford to go to London right now. So no tiny mom for me.
No.
Sad.
We will.
That's the thing. I think you missed that, Doc. That she said her tiny mom is going to be running their merch booth at MCM.
I'm not sure how literally to take that, Shan, but
That's just what we kept saying it to her in the chat. We're like, "Oh, your tiny mom," and she ranted about Ben again because we mentioned tiny mom. But I'm sad I
Okay.
can't meet Holly's mom. So
we'll take a picture for you.
nice. I'm sure she'll find that very not strange at all.
I expect if Holly's mother is going to be present, there will be lots of people who would like to take photos with
of her tiny mom. Her mom, who's one of the borrowers. Yes.
Yes.
She has a reputation.
She has a
Yes.
reputation to uphold. Yes, this
Yes,
is
of
100%
being tiny.
true.
Yes.
Did want to say about the merch design really quick.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
The thing, we were talking when it came out, like in the spoiler chat, like speculation, also all the fun things about it. So on the design, there's
Yep.
like
Scrolling up to it
we
now.
were thinking like, whoa, god killers, like what's the the metaphorical, what's the sword like stabbing the figure, is what's up with it, like what does the figure represent, that kind of thing. And jury's out on a lot of that front. I'm feeling it's like vague representation of either Barabask or like vague representation of web. Also like the sword kind of has like the web logo on it, so what does that mean? Or like because it's like cloaks and stuff like that, is it potentially themselves? But like would they be like, I don't believe that they would be that far advanced in terms of like knowing like plot points for that to sort of be a thing. Who knows? But I think it's cool sword killing, cool design. But one cool thing I noticed, like the little things at the top, and I hope I'm correct with counting, but there's like 8 stars that are up on the top of the thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes,
Yep.
there are. And like there's 9 virtuous, right? And 8 of them are dead. And I was thinking like, oh, because they're the god killers, and it's because it's god killers, that's kind of like the theme. What if the stars like represent the dead gods and stuff like that? And I thought like the idea of like, oh, you could probably make like a fun D&D world or like cool lore thing of like, oh yeah, stars are like dead gods or something. Which, hey, maybe if they're maybe I can start.
Have you
putting out
ever seen
predictions.
Stardust? I mean, Stardust ends with the because he fell in love with a star, he got to become a star eventually himself, so they could be together forever.
Damn. And one of them's called Ben Star, so who knows? It could all come back together.
Yeah.
But no, I just thought, fun little detail. There's 8 of them. Maybe stars are gods who are dead. Who fudging knows? But like, 8 stars, 8 dead gods. It's pretty cool. Or it could
It
just be
is.
just because it looks nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna
could
be
be.
firmly crossing my fingers that I get one of these, man. I really, really want one. Really, 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 really want
Yeah.
one.
It is a every man for themselves situation.
I know, it really is.
It's going to be battle royale.
It is.
It'll be interesting to
With
see
elbows.
how many of them are available at MCM.
Yeah,
since
I forget.
that's gonna
She
be,
said
like, the
something
pre-release.
about that too, but I forget what she said.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see. I think it'll be also interesting to see what the MCM crew sort of crowd is like, without EGX involved. And we'll see how that kind of plays, right? It'll be interesting.
I'm more interested in seeing PAX, to be quite honest, mostly because the vibe I get from the server is that it's majority British/European, because the fandom had more physical exposure from being at MCM and EGX and all that, and so I'm interested to see what the American contingent ends up looking like. Is it going to be mostly Ben and Doug fans? Is it going to be like checking it out for the first time, which A+? Is it going to be like a lot of actual Natural Six fans? Because like the server turnout's not massive, so like I'm interested to see like what the demographic / turnout's going to be for their different events in a couple weeks. Like I'm really curious, like genuinely.
Yeah, I look forward to hearing what you think about it, Shan.
Live
And
on
maybe
the floor
we'll
analysis.
make a specific point of kind of talking about the in-person events, since we'll be
Yeah.
able to do that. Here,
I'll
not next episode, but the following one.
Yeah. I'll make a
So
vlog.
that'll be episode 10. Ooh.
Is that
Wow.
crazy?
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think you're
really
right. I mean,
curious.
the community is the draw of certainly Aoife, Holly, to a lesser extent Alex, but definitely I would say Harry as well just has that gravity that's more European, and everything is kind of set up around a European audience, right? The airtime is 8 p.m. UK. That's the middle of the day or very early morning in the US, right?
Well, it's 11. Hold on. If it's 3 o'clock for me, it's 11 a.m.
11
No,
for
12 p.m. Sorry, 12 p.m. for the West Coast.
yeah.
Yeah, because I'm 3 hours ahead of California. So.
Yeah, so it's, it's not an ideal time to be releasing that stuff
For
in
us, yeah.
for a North American audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
All the live events are during the working day, basically, right?
Yeah.
It's on Tuesday as well.
I've
so,
missed
that's how
a
you know it's
lot of
British.
things in the past, and like I've said that I've not changed my schedule, but I've asked my manager to give me Tuesday afternoons off for both the podcast and the episodes, because everything's so hard to catch up on because it's multi-hour.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is like, not that it's like worse. It's just like, and people on the server have said it too, that it is technically a little bit inconvenient for us, but like.
Yeah, I mean, only for the live things, though, right? Like,
Yeah, only
I
for the
mean,
live things or catching things as soon as they drop, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, but I've
Definitely.
missed it. Like serving cantrip is really hard for me to catch because I work a lot of Thursdays. I've caught the last two, which is exciting. But yeah, I mean, we do miss out on a lot of the live stuff, but it's not like the worst thing in the world because a lot of it's available later.
Yeah.
So.
Definitely. And you guys will get your own exclusive stuff at PAX
Yes.
East anyway. So
Yeah, I'm very excited.
I think it'll be exciting for the North American audience to get a little more
I think
specific
so,
exposure.
yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Definitely. So we'll see how all that goes. I'll be interested to see what the numbers on YouTube look like after these physical events happen.
Yeah.
Because I know that there was a boost last time after the MCM in October, and with them on the main stage this time for MCM as well, that's a big change, right? Like that's pretty significant. So yeah, it'll be, I think it's exciting times, right?
It's gonna be a very exciting month for Natural Six between the live stuff and the merch drop and
for
everything
sure.
else.
For sure. Right. Shall we move on?
Sure.
Yeah.
Ben Star's
All right.
Clown Watch. I just saw that in the notes.
Oh,
Sorry, don't you
yeah.
mean a man?
A man.
That was,
A
I
man.
saw that tweet go out and I was like, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. So for those of you who don't know, the BAFTA Game Awards were
Best
recently.
ones.
They
Yeah,
were
BAFTA Game
first of
Awards,
all,
the
it was
best
a
Game
great
Awards.
show. Great show. Second, and I said to somebody, I really like how much, I said to my friend's British. I said to him, I really appreciated how much variety there was in the BAFTA Game Awards. Because usually you don't see a ton of variety in these Game Awards, maybe except in the Golden Joysticks. But I really liked the nice variety of winners. But essentially, we figured out very quickly that something weird was going on because Ben was photographed on the red carpet dressed as Jimbo, the clown from Balatro, which it's going to take me forever to say that right. And Ben did explain that he also said it wrong. So, like, we're all wrong, but we are all forgiven by local thunk. He said it was fine. But, so every once in a while you would get jumps. He was also part of the monologue. In the monologue, the guy was like, "I think I see the clown everywhere," and then it cut to Ben. It was, and I watched it with Alex on Alex's stream, and we were all crying anytime they showed Ben. At one point, Alex literally got out of his chair and like dove to the side laughing because like Balatro had lost, and it cut to Ben just politely clapping, dressed as Jimbo. So we were all sobbing, laughing. So finally, it gets to like, God, what award did it win?
It was game design, I believe. It got the
Game design,
award.
yeah. So it wins, and imagine our not so much surprise when Ben gets up and walks down to the stage to accept the award on behalf of Local Thunk. And like, we're all dying at this point because there's Ben on the stage dressed as Jimbo. And like, it was just so, also he brought a Jimbo plushie and a couple of bananas. So it was a great time for everyone. And so he wrote the speech. Alex told us that he had seen one of the preview speeches. So like, Ben wrote the speech. It was very funny, very rude. And we like, I couldn't wait to see the official portrait of him with the BAFTA. It was well worth the wait. But it was just so funny. And Holly also tweeted her view because she was kind of diagonally behind him. She could not see the stage over his head. So
Yep.
funny.
It's the funniest photo.
It was so like,
so
yeah,
good.
I sent it in the chat as soon as I saw it. I was just like, guys, this is, look at poor Holly's view. So, but the crowd shots where you could see Ben were the best ones because it's just like a bunch of people in nice suits and a freaking clown.
It goes so hard. It goes so hard.
But the best part, and the reason why I said a man, was there's a popular
Dixerto article.
Dixerto, yeah. So they do. It's a popular, for those who don't know, it's a popular Twitter account that does pop culture news. There's a couple of them, but Dixerto is one of like the big ones. And they tweeted, like, a man dressed as a clown accepts the BAFTA Game Award on behalf of the game designer for Balatro. And so all the quote tweets were like, a man. Like, we're all like, a man. Some people took it very seriously and were like, well, that's popular game actor Ben Starr, blah, blah, blah. But, like, everyone was just going, a man, and tagging Ben. And it was so funny. And eventually a community note did pop up saying, a man in question is popular voice actor Ben Starr from Final Fantasy 16. But, like,
you could say he's that guy.
You could say he is that guy.
That
but it
guy.
was just, that was my favorite part of the BAFTA Game Awards, was Ben being described as a man dressed as a clown, because that is honestly the funniest thing that could have happened.
Local
and so,
Thunk,
like,
thank you so much. Like, Local Thunk's ruthless commitment to wanting to just kind of remain anonymous.
Did you see his tweet as well about
pretty cool.
Ben's speech? Because his tweet about Ben's speech was, this guy locked me in a closet, and, like, shoved me into the bathroom or something and locked me in so that he could give some kind of speech.
Yeah.
I was honestly, everything about it was perfect. The videos of him on the red carpet with other actors are really funny. Like, again, the one where he had to explain that nobody actually pronounces Balatro right. It was just like so fun. Everything about it was so funny. And like, I feel bad for anybody who like wasn't part of that like moment in time. Alex's stream was also very funny because he kept like cracking himself up. And like texted Abu when he won his award, and then read us his text back. Like, it was just we had a really good time. And it was a really good time watching it and delighting in all of the craziness. But yeah, my favorite part was a man dressed as a clown. Nothing will ever top that. And it's so like, people who did not watch that, like, they'll find it funny, but they won't understand like how specifically funny that is, that he is a man dressed as a clown. Like, it's just, oh my God. It was honestly my favorite award show I've ever watched. Well, so glad I was home to watch it.
The commitment to the bit from all of them is
So
all I can
good.
say is the marketing person, or I mean, I'm assuming it's a marketing person, but it may not be.
Yeah.
It may just be one of the designers on the team or whatever, or one of the people at the publisher who decided to kind of go with this and came up with the like. This is, Harry can back me up on this. Like, this is out there game advertising, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is not like standard game advertising, right? Like, this is kind of like 90s era where we had, PC gamer ads
This is like, I don't know,
Yeah.
Lady
shouting
Gaga's
at the
in a meat
competition and
suit.
all sorts of stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Lady Gaga's in that meat suit,
Yeah.
doing like stuff.
It's
It was
so
good.
whoever came up with the idea and has managed to keep, and maybe it's Ben who's come up with a lot of these ideas. I don't know. But
I
whoever
just wouldn't put it past him.
whoever's gone and done all this,
It just
power to
feels
them.
like
I hope you keep getting funded to, because every time you do this, I'm sure Ben is getting more and more expensive every time you do it.
And
I hope you continue to get funded to keep him involved in it, because
And
we're all enjoying it. That's for sure.
I need him to keep getting on stage, not because like I adore him. I think he's great and he's very funny. But every time he's given a microphone, he says the things we need to have people in his position talk about in the games industry. And like from the moment he did the golden joysticks and was straight up like, I mean, yeah, this was a great year for gaming, but like a ton of people got laid off, so it's also a terrible year. Like he was the only one who had anything to say about it. And so a lot of people like jokingly said the reason he didn't win the game award was because Jeff didn't want him to get on stage and talk smack about like all his little buddies in the games industry. Obviously that's not what happened, but like it was something fun to say. But it's nice that every time he gets up there, he has something to say. And so like he promoted another indie game while on stage and he promoted Animal Well, for those who don't know.
Yep.
And saying that, indie games are the backbone of the industry. And so like me personally, I just like when he gets handed a microphone and says the things we need to be saying about the games industry. Cause like a lot of people will, but then you have Jeff Keighley. You have people like Jeff. And so I appreciate it. And I'm glad that even when he was dressed as a clown, he said the things we need to hear. So thank you, Clown Ben. Thank you, Jimbo from Balatron.
Thank you, Jimbo.
Well said, Shan. I think
Yes.
without a doubt, we need both groups of people. We definitely need the Jeff Keighley's of the world,
Yeah.
because they keep the money flowing, and they manage and they deal with all of the corporate BS, right? And we need the guys who will champion all the little guys too, right? Definitely need both. But moving swiftly on from our good friend Ben Starr onto what we have been doing lately. Kari, what have you been up to?
Ooh, I play a lot of Baldur's Gate 3. I play a lot of Dragon Age Inquisition. Here and there a little bit Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. And yeah, I try to have an ear. I'm looking extremely forward to what I read in the script as well, Expedition 33.
Yep.
That caught my eye, and I was like,
I think we all are.
My copy shipped yesterday. It should be here tomorrow or Thursday.
Heck yes.
Are you going to play it on PS5, Shan?
As I said on the server yesterday, just for people who already saw it, I bought it so I could have a hard copy because I believe physical media should be protected.
yes.
But I did spend $2,600 on this setup last year, so I will probably play it on the PC. But I like having options. I moved my PS5 down here, so it is down here if I want to start playing it, like hook up to my nice monitor and play it here. But I'm intending to play it for the first time on my PC. We shall see.
Very good. Very good.
But continue, Kari. Sorry.
Excellent, Kari. Anything else?
Well, I love Tailspire, in case that counts. There's a like map creator that helps making battle maps for D&D
You
campaigns.
can talk about anything you like here. This is your time to talk about everything you love doing in your free time. It doesn't have to be game or D&D. You talk about whatever you want.
I listen to a lot of audiobooks because I am horribly slow in reading myself. I'm working in a library and I'm a really slow reader, so I mostly refer to audiobooks and just like listen to the Empyrean saga, the Fourth Wing, and so on, in case that tells at least one of us or something. I don't know.
Yes, it does.
It does.
Have you, since you mentioned some Owlcat games, have you played Rogue Trader,
No.
Kari? No. Okay.
I stayed. I'm very big into like, because it's Pathfinder. I played that. I tried playing Kingmaker, but Kingmaker didn't hold me long.
That's what everybody says. I haven't played it, but yeah.
I played Split Fiction lately.
Ah, okay.
That
Yep.
was fun.
Heck
That was
yes.
really fun. Had to find first, like I got it as a gift from one of my D&D co-players, and was like, cool, now I just have to find someone to play
You have to find a friend now. Yep.
And our DM like, what? You have no one? No, I don't have anyone. I buy myself this game, we're playing it together, and we literally just within, I think, 2 weekends, we played it entirely through.
Excellent.
Was fun
Excellent.
as hell.
I think it is true that if you buy it, you can kind of lend a copy
That's
to.
what the developer
Yes.
said when he presented it. Yeah, he was very explicit about it. He was intent that we knew
Yes,
this.
you can do a like the for free version if you have someone who has a full version, but we both wanted to support
To
the,
support the developer. Yep.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, that's
and
very
I
cool.
had
Yeah.
I had seen it at my favorite like Let's Player, a German one. And I had seen most of it already, and I was like, I have to play this and I have to support them because these kind of games have to be supported, period.
I just like that guy so much. The guy
Yeah.
who runs that studio. He like my friend got so excited when we showed up the Game Awards. I was like, why does he love this guy? And then he started talking. I was like, I see why he loves this guy. This is a
Yeah.
great guy.
He is like really It Takes Two, and I don't know what the other
A Way Out is his other one.
A Way Out,
Yep.
exactly. And these games are just so big, and Split Fiction alone is like this multi-story of so many different stories. You have like so many different kinds of games in one. I was like, oh, now we are here, and oh no, that looks like Halo. This looks like this. This looks like this. Hey, we can ride dragons, and things like that. It's just so much. And I mean, I have a lot of. I love dragons, so.
Fantastic.
Excellent. Yeah. If you are a starting out game developer and you want to be inspired, Joseph Fares from I'm forgetting
Hazelight.
this name of the studio.
The studio is Hazelight Studios.
Hazelight.
Yeah.
Is he's
So
got
cool.
about as much passion as a individual person can have.
Yeah.
For and also says the uncomfortable thing when it
Yeah.
needs to be said as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can even find that interview in the game. If you look for it,
If you look for it.
The one, the capital T, the interview, capital T, capital
I-
I. The iconic.
The iconic one,
The
yes.
iconic
The
one.
iconic
yes.
one. He actually says
you-
it in the game. That's hilarious.
If you are nice to me and ask me later, I don't want to spoiler. I just say go look for it. There's even a secret level or something. I didn't find it because you need like to do some special things to get there, and like the very first time you're just so overwhelmed with everything. And there are so
Awesome.
many like references to the other games.
Oh,
And
awesome.
it's just
Excellent.
so amazing, so fun.
Excellent. I look forward to playing it. I haven't had the chance yet, but
If you need someone to play with, I have the game.
I'll keep you in mind.
my plan is to try and play it with my daughter, but
Aw.
in local co-op, hopefully.
Yeah.
But the
Maybe try to avoid the interview.
yeah.
If it's the
We
one that I'm
tried to
thinking
play
of.
It Takes Two, but it was a bit too much emotionally for her.
Aw.
Yeah, I mean,
So
It Takes Two
I
is not
warn
a,
you,
is,
it
it's
takes
not a
two,
kid's game.
and split fiction is very hard on emotions as well. It made me cry a couple
So-
times.
it might be too much for her,
Yes.
but
Like especially the end when when the characters open up, it might do.
so I'll have to give it some thought about whether that's appropriate or not. Cool. Anything else, Kari?
I mean, I work a lot and always looking for new ideas for my DMing. I have a group of warlocks currently, like solely warlocks that with a little bit
Whoa.
of multi-classing, that try to fight the elemental evil, literally.
This sounds like a ways to try to break the game system party, which is a way to play.
They do extremely well, man. I mean, we're playing on text-based mostly because we all mostly are on Facebook chat, and there we write what we do. It all
Okay.
takes longer. I have to scale the battles a little bit down, and I throw like magic items at them. And it ends up with a mix of like I bring stuff from Baldur's Gate 3 I played on Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 into that because I love Baldur's Gate. All three games are just amazing, and Baldur's Gate 3 is just reminding me positively of the things I loved on Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. And like
It's a generational game for sure.
Yeah, I literally first time when you meet Yahira, I cried because my dad played this game. He is dead, unfortunately, but due to we played so many games together, and seeing her and like remembering because he had
yeah.
played these games so much. And especially Baldur's Gate 2, where you then can actually romance her and stuff like that. And Vinconia is like, girls, you look amazing for your age.
That's the elves for you.
Yes, that's the elf. Well, Yahira is half elf, so.
True.
But yeah, it's like they all aged in that direction, and I was like, that's a really nice like memory in that direction. And the very first moment had me really like nearly crying because it was so good to see them again.
Very cool.
Melancholic.
Yes.
And nostalgic.
Yes. Emotional.
Yes, that. But
Shan.
yeah, that's more or less
Yeah.
all I can come up with my head right now.
Excellent.
It's hard sometimes.
Yeah.
I've had
Shan.
trouble before.
What have you been doing?
So I saw Better Man the other day.
Okay.
And can I just say, as an American and as a lover of film, incredible cinema. And I don't mean that as a joke. I mean, this movie was great. And I think I said to my friend, like, it could have done a lot better. They marketed it in America wrong, I think, because like the joke's been made, the things have been said. Robbie Williams is not a largely known entity here. Like, he probably is known to some people, but it just wasn't marketed right, I think, for this audience. And so I watched it, and it's so good. The monkey thing works. And when you realize it's working, it's incredible. And I mean, halfway through the movie, I forgot I was watching a monkey. Like, to be quite honest with you, I was like, the monkey. I got used to the monkey, but it is so good. The rock DJ sequence is incredible, as well. There's another sequence. I don't know the song though, so I can't tell you which sequence it is. But it's at God, what's that one British festival? Starts with a K. I forget. But that
Cool.
sequence.
Film Fest.
Well, it's a music festival, but yeah.
Cool music fest.
But it's
Starts
really
with a K in the UK.
I think so. I think it might be like a silent K.
Okay.
I could look it up while I'm talking about it.
What's the iconic music festival in the UK? Because there's an iconic
Glastonbury, but
Glastonbury,
that's not it.
Yeah. Glastonbury. There you go.
No, definitely not. Let's see. Nebworth.
Oh.
And Knebworth. But yeah, the movie's spectacular. I cannot recommend it enough. I already want to watch it again. It is so good. I likened it a lot to Rocket Man, which was another musical biopic that I like. I think what sets Better Man and Rocket Man apart from other musician biopics is a better way to put it, is that they use a musical framework and use the songs not necessarily in chronological order, but thematically to tell a story, as opposed to just like straight telling you a story and having the music in the movie. The subjects themselves go through storylines, like their lives are depicted as a storyline as opposed to like, again, a play-by-play or like having no growth whatsoever, because it's a tiny section of their life and career. And the other thing that they do that makes them more successful is that they were very deep in with the person who the movie is about, and then those people were quite honest and frank about the bad parts of their life. I would say Better Man is more honest about, like, more open about the bad parts of his life than Rocket Man was, but it's something similar. So if you liked Rocket Man, you'll really like Better Man. Trust the monkey thing. It really works. So Better Man's great. Robbie Williams, great. I'm gonna do like what I've been watching and what I've been playing separately. I kind of
Were
mixed it up.
you a Robbie Williams fan before you watched Better Man?
No.
Chan.
I think I've heard one or two of his songs
I mean,
in passing.
it's pretty much impossible to not have had. Yes.
Yeah, so like I've definitely heard one or two of his songs in passing before, especially because I watch a lot of I used to watch a lot of British media. Now it's kind of like a mixed bag because everything's so international now. I also heard occasional Take That songs, but I think for the most part they were after he was kicked out of the band. So, like, one of my favorite songs is Rule the World, which is from Stardust, which is after he left the band. So, but I knew his name. I think I've seen clips of him before because I recognize his voice specifically. And I heard one of his songs actually came on at the store today. So, like, he's out there, but for us, he wasn't as big a deal as he was in the UK. So I was aware of him, but I was not like a Robbie Williams expert. But I don't think that should preclude anyone from giving this movie a chance. It's really good. It's really good. I cannot emphasize enough how good this movie was. I ended up really liking it. And I'm so sorry I clowned on them for the monkey thing because it really worked. Then the other thing I was watching, I started The Pit, which is the medical drama on for us it's HBO Max that everyone is talking about. I was initially excited because it's Noah Wyle, who was one of the stars of ER when I was a kid, and seeing him back as a doctor in another medical drama is cool. Also, The Pit tells the story of a single shift. So every episode is an hour of that shift. I'm only like 2.5 episodes in, but I'm really enjoying it. It's great. and it gives me that like ER vibe, because I used to watch ER with my mom. And tomorrow I'm seeing Sinners, and I'm seeing it in IMAX, and I am so excited to see this movie. I have been dying to see this movie. Now that it's out and the reviews are out and I'm hearing great things about it, I'm excited. Ryan Coogler, I recommend if you like film. Ryan Coogler released a video, well, him and Kodak released a video of him actually breaking down with a whiteboard the differences between the types of film that they use to film this movie and or that it's projected on, like what it shows you, what it's like, a bit of the history of each type of film. So look that up if you like movies. Ryan Coogler talking about the formats that Sinners is being released in. It's 10 minutes, super interesting. I cannot wait to see this movie, and I'm sure I will talk all about it next time. As for games, Shadowbringers, I finally got to the Thancred duty, and I cried for 3 hours. And that's probably because of my life experience. Playing Shadowbringers so soon after losing my dad has been a huge thing, because one of the biggest themes of Shadowbringers is like you are bringing comfort and like catharsis and stuff to a world that is literally tearing itself apart and is ready, like just waiting for the end. And you come and you start bringing them like the peace that they're looking for, the literal darkness they're looking for. You're bringing them all these things that they've waited 100 years to see, and that some people didn't survive to see. And there is such this just this wild emotional impact I'll get sometimes because of like what I've been going through in my own life versus what's happened there. But nothing compares to when I started doing the Thancred storyline in earnest. It took me 3 days to play the whole thing. I cried after every single day of playing, because it's a storyline ultimately about a man and the daughter he lost and the daughter he has, and kind of coming to terms with not only which daughter to choose, but when he chooses one, he will lose one forever. And it is such, like, when you realize that's the Thancred's actual conflict, it's so devastating, because you're set up to believe it's one thing for the entire arc, and then you realize what the actual conflict is. And I literally had to sit here in front of the screen with my head in my hands crying, because it was so much. But it was also one of the coolest things I've ever done in a video game was the Thancred duty. It is so good. Peter Bramhill is so good. Again, 3 days in a row cried over Thancred, which I never thought I would do. And he told me when I met him that I had a lot of cool stuff to look forward to. And if I ever meet him again, I have to tell him I cried 3 days in a row. But it was great. So that's Shadowbringers. I am now officially just over 50% done Shadowbringers, which is insane, because I feel like I've been playing it for 10 years.
Shan, welcome to Shadowbringers.
Welcome to Shadowbringers. It's so much.
You've just gotten past the tutorial. Congratulations.
Yeah, so I'm 50% through. Also, like, when I texted Harry about this, but when I realized what the mule was, the meal, that's how it's pronounced. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say what it is, because it took me a minute to process, and I literally said out loud to my friend, "That's what it is." And that's not quite what I said, but I can't tell you what I said because it's a massive spoiler. I had to sit here just like with Thancred, but instead of crying, I literally was just like horrified.
I realized I made it worse by messaging you being like, you remember that one NPC you interacted with that one time that made this one comment?
Yeah.
You probably don't, because it was just a fetch quest.
There's so much content.
There's so much content. It's Shadowbringers is massive. It's definitely like the biggest expansion, I think, of all of them. It's huge, and I barely made a dent. So
congratulations. You've been Ishikawa. Congratulations. Thank Ishikawa for breaking your brain.
I always thank him and thank thank and curse at the same time when it comes to Ishikawa. So, but so far, like great stuff in Shadowbringers. I have very little to complain. I mean, other than the stuff I mentioned before, and there was another deeply uncomfortable scene because of that, but it's kind of a spoiler, so I can't talk about it. But there was another deeply uncomfortable weight-related thing. So that's why I sit here and I curse Ishikawa at the same time that I praise, because that was bad. It was really bad. But I'll talk to you about it later because I can't talk about it now. Spoilers. And then my last thing, I have to start getting extensive work done to my car, and I'm very sad about it. So the first thing was done yesterday, which was I replaced 3 out of 4 tires, and then I had my alignment done. The tires alone were like $400. And so I spent $800 on my car yesterday, and I still have to get my brakes done.
Oh, damn.
He told me he would split it up because my brakes are still okay. But 2 weeks from PAX, that was a very hard sentence to hear. But it's fine because I also have to drive 6 hours. So fix my alignment.
Yeah,
it's fine.
have a working car, please, so you can drive the 6 hours.
Yeah, he said. I asked him which should I do first, and he said I would rather replace your tires because the last thing I want you to do is hydroplane driving home from Connecticut. So I was like, yeah.
That's not a good time.
No, and last time I drove home, it was a torrential downpour. Because we had a massive storm come through the Northeast last PAX in March. And I drove 3 hours through like blinding rain, So it's probably a good thing I got all my tires replaced. But man, did it suck because I've really been trying to save up again this year. It's fine. It's fine.
One step at a time, Shan.
Yeah.
One step at a time.
Yeah. I'm done. I talked a lot.
And PAX will be soon.
But I already talked about PAX, so I didn't feel the need to say it again.
To repeat, yes.
Right, yeah.
Or to elaborate any further.
Right. We've been there, done that. We've talked about PAX many times.
We have. Excellent. Harry.
Hello.
You're not in your usual locale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm currently like streaming from like I'm currently streaming from like a weird white room with like the most warm lighting in the world. I've got like this setup. Like I don't have my camera. It's at like 5 FPS and it's also super laggy. What's going on? So like I am currently in Sweden. I'm currently coming to you live from Sweden, from this really fun place which is called SpelKollektivet, or if you're like me, SpelKollektivet. So yeah. The first one's for the Swedes, the second one's that's for me. And Spell is this really nice game development hotel/commune ? Like it's a really cool place is what this is. Like it's basically a co-living, co-working space where I've got like this is like basically my room, and there's a lot of different, awesome like offices and stuff like that, where you have like 50 or so indie developers for indie games who are like around working on their own stuff, have like really interesting people from all over like the world. There's a guy here who is the only guy from America who's here currently, and he lives in a rural village north of New York.
Oh,
so
God.
I've had the Boston conversation with him as well.
Oh my God, that poor
And you're
man.
still alive.
Please send him our apologies.
No.
He's sitting beside him right now, isn't he?
I feel so bad.
Anyway, so
to be an American exposed to Harry.
So
Americans hate to see Harry coming.
Look, I mean, well, the thing is, it's just like me being here in Sweden, and honestly, like I think if I was in like Germany or something like that, also the experience would be exactly like the same, because I landed in here. Because you go to Edinburgh Airport, there's like surprisingly cheap flights to get to Copenhagen Airport, and then you go from Copenhagen up all the way to through into Sweden, into like the middle of it, because it's quite big. But dang, those trains, they are nice. That was like my first impression, and I felt full like I was gonna say I felt full American tourist, and like I realized I'm also in this environment, so like I'm really sorry for like stereotyping right now.
You're just a
But
tourist. Like it's just capital
I
T
know,
tourist.
but like, but I've only seen American tourists comment about how nice European trains are,
Right.
which is a very big
Because
generalization.
a lot of Americans don't have trains. They don't have access to trains. Like, and
That
the
is
ones
true.
that do,
We
they know
also
that we're just
have
underpaid. Like the trains are not taken care of.
we have access to trains as well in the United Kingdom, Shan, and
Yeah.
the European trains are
Seriously, yeah. I
a
mean, like,
whole
I
nother
thought like
level.
I thought the
Right.
LNER was pretty good. I thought the LNER was pretty good, but like I hopped on this just like this random Swedish train, which I won't try to pronounce because I'll butcher it. But just like,
Oh God.
holy heck, it is nice. It was nice on that train. Very cool. So trains, awesome. This place, awesome. If you're just like a game developer in general, this place is like it's so weird, but like in a good way. And I'm weird, so it's cool being here. On my first proper day here, I like cooked for 50 people. So like, I'm kind of becoming a candidate from The Apprentice in real time, because like I came here
Oh,
because I'm trying to
God.
like make a new game demo. So yeah, live coming up with a new game demo. You've heard it here first, live announcement. But
Wow.
like I'm trying to do that to like create a business.
I'm sure it'll come out before Silk Song.
It will come out before Silk Song, Shan. It will come out. I'm trying to make it come out this year. That's why I'm here, to like spend a whole month. So I'm here until the middle of May, and then I'm going
Oh,
back
wow.
home, because if I stay any longer, my mum will think that I've joined a cult. So so I'm working on that. So, and then I've kind of become an apprentice candidate, because The Apprentice UK, it's like my guilty TV show I do watch, even though like it just frustrates me, and it's a bad show. It is not a good show. And like, especially this season. This season is kind of poo, not gonna lie. But like you're not missing much. You're just missing interesting decisions from Lord Sugar. But they always do like these weird cooking tasks, and it's like, who cares about the cooking tasks? These guys aren't making friggin' cooking businesses apart from like one or two people. Why do we care if a guy doesn't know how the hell to chop a tomato? And then I'm sitting there being like, oh my fudging god, oh my gosh, I'm becoming an apprentice candidate. I'm literally doing batch cooking. That went fun. I cooked some Thai curry, so that was pretty fun. Yeah. Also, because I went to do Easter up north in a little city in around the Jönköping area, and my friend introduced me to this awesome drink, påskmust, or Julmust in Christmas time. It's the same thing. This stuff is fudging amazing. This is like good Coca-Cola. Yeah, good Coca-Cola.
Thank you for making sure we know which Coke you meant.
But, like, I don't like fizzy drinks. But this is like, it's kind of berry. It's kind of nice, even though like it says it's malt. Is malt is like, because it's like supposed to be a
Malt is
thing that
good.
yeah, it's a drink that sort of replaced beer over here. And honestly, like,
Yeah.
it is some good stuff. And yeah, I don't normally drink fizzy drinks, but holy heck, this has been a sensation for me. Oh my gosh. Also, as part of that, Shan, you ran the most recent watch party
I did.
because I was going to run it.
Tell them why.
But here's the thing, I kind of got myself involved in a Tekken 8 tournament over here. So the live stream, and Doc's just looking at me insane.
So
You
you've
should have seen it.
graduated. You've graduated, Harry, from Smash Bros to Tekken 8 now.
Well, I
Okay,
wouldn't say
no,
graduated.
Pivoted,
He's yeah.
broaden your horizons.
I'm branching out. I'm
Yeah,
branching
he's
out,
branching
branching
out.
out.
He's branching out.
I'm
And he
branching
did it
out.
on camera for a little bit too, but we
So-
couldn't see what he
so-
was doing.
Yes.
So the problem is, because the webcam has like really low like light range, it was impossible to see like the screen. Basically,
Yeah.
throughout like the live stream, instead of like laundry stream, this time it was basically, there was laundry stream as well. I went to did my laundry as well, but basically because there was a Tekken 8 tournament and it massively overran, so it started when it started, and it was like, I need to lock in. I need to lock in and do this because this is just too weird. So yeah, sorry, thank you so much, Shan.
Yeah.
But it was worth it because I got second place in the entire tournament, which means
did.
I won the prizes which means I won the prizes, which was pretty awesome. It was nice Marabou chocolate, fantastic. Tekken 8. Like, I play Tekken 8. I've never friggin' touched a Tekken game before. So I was like, I'm ready to go out in 2 rounds, then I can get back on the stream. Bosh, we're good. But I swept through the winners. Swept through all the winners without dropping a single game. I was like, I texted my friend who knows how to play friggin' Tekken 8. I'm like, what character do I play? And he just says, play Claudio. Forward 2, then you win. And I'm like people were doubting Claudio. The guy who organized it, who plays Tekken, he was doubting it. He wasn't sure Claudio was the way. But I Claudio'd all over those guys. I teched all over Ken. Ken, he got teched extremely hard. And I felt really good. It was really good. It was a really good time. Did amazing. Got through to like the finals. I fell to, I don't know. He was playing like a lady who does a lot of kicking. But that's like half the characters in Tekken.
Wow.
I would have played Clive. Here's the thing, I
Going
would have
great.
played Clive, but he didn't have the DLCs on the PlayStation. But I did try Clive on the computer alternate he had set up, and I was like, yes, I know what attacks are happening. But yeah, I felt really good about this. Then after the competition, I did look it up online, and apparently Tekken 8 messed up the entire balance of the game like a week ago.
Oh, good.
And the patch is basically really busted all the way around. And like they made an interesting balance decision of adding like tons of extra moves to every single character, and it went horribly. Like, it was really unbalanced. Like, there's one guy who can basically just pounce on people and do the Sherlock Holmes like Robert Downey Jr. discombobulate. You know, like, all your listeners, I'm doing the meme. Discombobulate. You know this? Like, you're just a guy slapping them with this.
What's
to
really
death.
funny is, Harry, you're bisected essentially on my thing because I keep you guys at the top so it looks like I'm
Okay.
looking at the camera, right? So first of all, it was really funny earlier when you were leaning back and forth because you would be on one screen, then you would be on the other. But when you were doing the discombobulate, you were literally on 2 separate screens with your 2 different hands doing the discombobulate. It looked really funny on my end. I wish I could show you, but it was very funny.
At this
Thank
point,
you for
Kari is ruining the day that she ever agreed to come on this podcast.
Kari.
No, I'm enjoying this. I am absolutely enjoying this.
Do you know
Now
any
you know what
character
it's
from
like.
Tekken?
This is where-
I'm not a Tekken player at all, but
Do you know any character from Tekken?
no.
Technically,
Aw.
you do.
Huh?
You know one. Everybody in the server knows
Oh.
one.
Clive.
Yes.
Clive
yes,
Rossfield.
yes.
but that's
But
a
I
DLC
haven't
character
What
from
the
Final
hell's
very
a
Fantasy
recently.
either.
cosplay?
The thing is, though, I haven't played really any Final Fantasy either. I have watched the movies. And
There's
I
movies?
have watched other... Yes.
Yes, there's one.
Some that should not be existing and some
Oh yeah,
that,
there's 2. There's 2.
Are these like live animated ones? Because when you said movies, I
Yes.
just saw like a live action
There's
Chris
the
Pratt,
spirit
Chris Pratt
with
playing,
the spirits within
Clive.
and 7 Advent Children.
Yeah, Advent
okay.
Children is good, and the Spirit Within is not bad as such, but it has, in my eyes, nothing to do with Final Fantasy.
If you're gonna watch Advent Children, watch the complete edition because it's they went in and fixed it because stuff happened
because it
after
was
the
so
original.
ridiculous.
It was
the
ridiculous. It was
first
bad.
one.
And then I also learned that there was a huge amount of misinterpretation because of like limitations.
Bad translation and stuff. Yeah.
Bad translation, animation limitation, everything else. So they
I
went
have to
in
look for the
and
new
fixed
version.
a ton of it. Yeah. They added a couple new scenes. They re-edited, redubbed. I watched the complete in Japanese, and it's like it's a much better movie, and it's
Okay.
harder to misinterpret as well.
And I knew Final Fantasy a little bit from in the early 2000s was a cosplay group in Germany who made like short videos. They called themselves Final Fantasy Real. And they would do like mini episodes of like Final Fantasy running on cons and like
Very cool.
seeing all these stuff, and there I had like here and there a little bit of knowledge. And I mean, I knew a couple of cinematics because the cinematics are amazing.
Oh yeah, especially back then they were like transcendent.
Yes.
Like they were like I remember I used to watch the 10 and 10.2 ones all the time
Yes.
because they were some of the best looking FMVs, as we like to call them, the best looking cinematics like around. They were some of the greatest cinematics you could find.
My
back then.
Grave Cleric was partially based on Yuna's Dance for the Dead. That dance.
When will
scene.
Yuna stop dancing?
The only
And
thing
You've
I'm
got
I'm
Shan's
thinking
support
about,
for that, Kari.
Yes.
the only thing I'm thinking about from this conversation is like, I thought you said Final Fantasy movie. It was going to be like a live action Final Fantasy movie with like
They've
Chris
tried
Pratt
that. They've
the-
tried
with
that.
Chris Pratt
The
as
first
Cloud.
one
probably
was
tried that.
the first one was basically an attempt to do
Yeah.
live action with animation. So
Yeah.
going
just
back
have
to
to-
Shan's comments about movies and history, it's a worthwhile watch because it was one of the first films to attempt to do that style.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. And then like I mean and when they were originally pitching the Final Fantasy 14 show, they were leaning live action, but then they were like this wouldn't work. So they stopped developing it. Which
Yeah.
makes sense. It wouldn't work live action. You would have to CG or animate it cuz there's no way. There's no way. They would look so bad. I'm
It's
sorry.
it's way too anime.
It's too much. It's too
Chris
fantasy.
Pratt as who would
Who
be
are you
No,
casting
slash-
Chris
Nope.
Pratt as?
Nope.
Who?
Who?
Okay,
I don't like. I want to see
Who
how
should
horrible
Chris
your fan
Pratt-
cast is. What
Chris
is
Pratt
your who?
as-
Tell me.
for Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like
some
you've
bad
said it
Chris
now, and I need
Pratts
to know
could
what you were
be.
planning.
So here's some things. I suggest we maybe cast Chris Pratt as like 3 characters,
Oh
or
God.
one of the 3 even. Warrior of Light, Chris Pratt just has to
No.
do just has to be silent the whole time. Interesting.
Okay,
and
if he's
just nod.
silent,
Just
yeah.
a stoic
Okay.
nod.
If he's
Second
silent, yeah, he could play. He could
Oh,
play
man.
Ardbert.
Second one. Okay, you fudging stole the second one. I was gonna say a second one. Chris Pratt playing Ardbert. There you go,
Okay.
boom.
Well, I
Third
mean,
one.
yeah.
Chris Pratt, hear me out, playing Emmerich.
No. No.
I think he could do it.
Shut
He
is going
doesn't
to
have the
kill you.
gravitas, and also he's not nice.
He's
So
Mario.
first of all, Blake Ritson sounds nothing like Mario. I don't think it would work. I just don't think it would work.
I mean,
No. Wait.
Mario.
No.
If you think that the voice actor,
I
who
would take
speaks
Ben
Spartan
Starr.
Mario.
I would take Ben Starr as Emmerich before I would ever take Chris
Okay,
Pratt.
no. Think of it though. The Final Fantasy 16 movie, live action with
God.
Chris Pratt as. I'm sorry, Ben, but you're being recast by Chris Pratt.
Oh my god! All right, we're moving.
Okay,
we're moving
Sean is not going
swiftly
to-
on. Harry, what else have you got to say about what you've been doing lately?
I'm scared to
Because
find
we're
out
gonna
what
be
else
here
he
for
has.
another hour at this point.
I am so
I've not
scared.
been playing Blueprints, but I want to play Blueprints, and I realized Blueprints. It's like this freaking roguelike. It's like a roguelike puzzle game thing about developing like a house through the blueprints, and that's why it's called Blueprints because
Wow.
it's blueprints and it's a pun. Holy fudge!
Wow.
Anyway, here's the final thing. Final line of discussion, which I need quick help on. So.
Okay.
Today, Bethesda was very rude, and they announced and released Oblivion Remaster.
Yes.
That is cool. Good for them.
Did it drop today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
just
I
don't
did
Buy
see
it
that.
now.
I did see that
Just-
that
just
was
now.
somebody's like far out prediction, but that's cool.
That's very cool. But on principle, I will not be playing it. Mostly because
Mm-hmm.
I don't really play a lot of those games, but good for them. Oh, fudge. I should tell my friend that came out, actually. She'll be very interested. But besides the point, I'm not doing my shopping list on the Six Pack podcast. Anyway, but I think it's quite rude because, like, there's 2 quite big games that are coming out, and my computer's about to start being a jet engine. So I've got a problem because on the 24th, which is like soon, there's 2 games that come out.
Yep.
Expedition 33, of course, and the 100-line : Last Defense Academy. And I need to put the case forward for both of them, and I need help deciding which one I get on launch day. Because the 100-line Last Defense Academy, the reviews just dropped, and it's looking like, pretty good. It's by the people who made Danganronpa. I know people are typing in right now. So it's by the guys who made Danganronpa and
Yeah, I'm
Zero
looking it
Escape,
up right now.
writing the most insane story that has every plot element in it possible. Is longer than the visual novel Umineko, which is longer than the King James Bible. Has 100
Thank you
endings.
for referring to the
It
King James
has
Bible.
100 endings. Yeah, happy Easter. It
Dang.
has 100 endings, and the reviews have come out, and each of the endings is significant.
Oh God.
And it's such a baffling thing. People have compared it to 13 Sentinels a ton of times and said it's like 13 Sentinels. If you like that, you'll like this, and I'm locked in. And also because the main marketing is that Kodaka and Uchikoshi, like, if the game does not sell well, they have said, if this game does not sell well, we are putting everything on the line. If it does not sell well, Kodaka goes bankrupt and he quits game dev forever and the company goes under. Like, legitimately, the game needs to sell, and that has been the marketing. They believe the game's going to sell. If the game doesn't sell, it's fudge. They're done. There are no more games. It's over.
All right,
And-
Harry. I have a simple question for you.
Yes.
Are you playing these
Expedition 33
for?
is French
Are you
and
playing?
cool.
Are you playing these for enjoyment,
Mhm.
or to broaden your game dev horizons?
I mean,
It's a
like
good
the
question.
100 line would be purely for enjoyment, because like the purely
I didn't ask
110%.
for the commentary on which one applies. I was asking which are you prioritizing here on the 24th?
Oh, enjoyment. Definitely enjoyment here.
Okay.
Enjoyment here.
Then, Lightning. Kari, which one should Harry play?
Expedition 33 is good, and I want to
Harry?
play that as well because I want it to succeed. But
Kari's talking now.
I don't know. I want to put the case up.
I would say, mostly because I do not know the other one, I would say Expedition 33.
Shan.
I'm going with Expedition 33 as well. I think it's not terribly long. Allegedly, it's only 30 hours for main game, and I think it would give you the same. Gives you a little developer thinking, because it is another small developer, and then once you get through the 30 hours, you can play the 100 line.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go off the wall here, and I'm gonna say you should play Blueprints first.
There you go.
Kodaka, I'm sorry, you're going bankrupt. Sorry, Kodaka,
Listen,
you're
They're
going
not
bankrupt.
gonna go off just off of the launch day sales. Like, they are gonna
Yeah.
give it a little while, so you
And-
can take your time.
I'm personally someone, I have a bad feeling when developers start blackmailing their gamer community. We are going bankrupt if you don't buy this game. Like,
That's fair.
I literally have that currently with my favorite game series, Dragon Age. I since like 2010 I'm part of the complete Dragon Age community, and I played all the games several thousand hours by now. And the last one, they start blaming us for that they messed up, and I'm so mad at them.
It's never the consumer's fault for your game not selling.
Yeah.
Never. In defense of the developer in this particular case, they are insane, Kari,
Yeah.
and they like to just do insane things in order to get attention.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's not maybe that's not defense of the developer. That's just stating a fact.
I will say it is all like levelly hate. Like it's laced with a heavy level of just kind of like irony and leaning into it as like a joke.
Yeah.
But it's just they're basically being like,
but it's like
if this game doesn't sell, we're gonna die. Again, because
The developer's just crazy.
They are crazy.
Full stop.
But yeah, sorry,
good
Kodaka.
ones probably are. I mean, the guy who is like the leader from Larian runs into gaming award celebrations with full armor. I mean,
Yeah. Also, in defense of Expedition 33, it's also 10% off until May 1st.
yes, Yes.
That's the
on
thing.
on Steam.
Get
On
it?
Steam.
Yeah.
There is
on
a
Steam.
secret third option. I could
Oh
just
God,
get
no,
stranded
it's a
with
secret
Sweden
fourth
with enough money
option.
to get.
It's
Secret
a fourth option because
I can't-
Doc added
Yeah.
blueprints.
Secret fourth option. I get all of the
Secret fourth.
above, and I literally don't have enough money to go home.
Yeah, why not?
And I
Stay
can't afford
there.
the merch drop then.
Your mom will
Fudge,
think
the
you're
merch
in a
drop
cult.
is added to this as well.
The merch,
oh,
the
no.
merch shop
Yes.
is added to this. All right, there's
Yes.
there's a
So
series
good.
of solvable problems here. We'll get this sorted out for Harry before the next episode. We'll let you know how it goes.
Yes.
He will report on whether he has bankrupted himself. I will go really quickly through my stuff because I know we need to move here if we want to be finished before the sun comes up in Germany. I've been away for a couple weeks. That was good. Had a good time. Harry and Shan held down the fort and the watch party.
There was like a game with like birds. Was there like a game with like birds?
Game with birds. There was a game with birds. Yes.
Yes.
I went.
But we didn't want
and-
those birds to go.
But we didn't want those birds to win. We want the
No.
dragons to win.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
Dragons
the
are
dragons
birds, but
did
still
not
work.
win against
Damn it.
the birds, sadly. But there's always next year. So yeah, had a good time. My daughter's birthday was yesterday, which was cool.
Happy birthday.
Double digits now. Where did the time go? Otherwise, I have played about 90 minutes of Blueprints. You just need to play it. That's all I have to say. Because anything further that I say about it will spoil parts of it. So just go play it. Don't. It's not that expensive either. Go play it. Otherwise, I have not met my promise. I said I was going to finish Final Fantasy VII Rebirth before Expedition 33 came out, and I have not achieved that.
Unbelievable.
You still got 2 days.
I do still have 2 days, Harry. That's true.
2 days.
But I have, unfortunately, I have other adulting things to do. Between then. But yeah, I'll probably end up picking up Expedition 33 on launch and trying to play like 3 or 4 games at once, which is never a good thing, really. Or doesn't do much for reducing your backlog. Otherwise, yeah, lots of adulting, gardening, stuff like that. And I will be in Boston the week before PAX. I have plans. We'll see if I can make those plans a reality for Shan and others who are going to PAX to find things, potentially, in and around the convention center.
That's ominous.
It is
Cool.
ominous.
It is.
I think that's it for me, for now, at least. I think we can move on.
In our defense, it's been a long time since we all sat down.
It
together,
has.
And
It
we have a
has.
guest. It's a perfect storm, Doc. It's just a perfect storm.
It has. It's a bit like getting feral, like the Natural Six crew, I think.
Yeah.
If you want, if this makes it easier, I can just like remain quiet until you permit me to speak.
I will also remain quiet until I'm permitted to speak.
It's
Oh,
all
dear.
good, guys. I just
Yeah.
have to kind of keep it on the rails,
no,
otherwise
no,
we'll be here for
absolutely.
5 hours. Which I'd love to, but we have a guest.
Yeah.
If it takes longer, I get quickly a monster and then we can go longer.
There
So-
you go.
That always works.
Don't give them any ideas. Okay. Don't give them any ideas. All right. Episode 26. I think we get the spoliers up.
Spoilers, just to be safe.
It's time to double spoly.
Right. Yes.
Spolioli.
Spoliers. Episode 26 feels like a long time ago because it was.
It does.
There were some predictions, Harry.
Yes, we did have some predictions. We did have some good predictions from the last podcast episode, which we need to go through right now.
Mm-hmm.
Doc,
Yes.
your prediction was that your prediction for the episode 26 was that they will not make it out of the tunnel before the next episode completes.
Which they did not.
They will, at the end of the episode, still be in the tunnel, and if at the end of the tunnel, massive Grease territory. No Grease, fully clean victory. They are in the mines. Like, you got clean victory on that front because they were still in the mine at the start of 27. So there we go.
Yep.
On the flip side, I've friggin' biffed it this episode. I biffed it that
Well,
episode.
not technically. You got one, right?
Well, no. Oh yeah, I technically got one. I said not only would they get out of the tunnels, and Radiant and Dolly would not reconcile.
Would not reconcile, which, yep, they
Right.
still have
And
not.
Dolly's revenge tour would be impeded, which has still not happened yet. Apart from if we start arguing for some Grease, like, you know, Elowen also getting blighted kind of expedites the whole need to, you know, impede Dolly's revenge
Yep.
tour until they properly fix all of that. You know, whether Dolly's revenge tour is impeded by, did Dolly attempt her revenge tour with maybe trying to, you know, like do a little bit of a PvP slightly with the shatter scenario, you know, and was that impeded? I didn't specify which revenge tour had to be impeded.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of.
There was a lot of Grease in this one.
There is a lot of Grease in that one. I would say that was, if I were at that table, I would be saying to Aoife, don't metagame.
Yes. Okay.
Because you're metagaming now. Your guy is down and you're casting Shatter in there. You're metagaming now because you know that that's going to only do 2 death saves. Don't do that. Unless you actually do mean it, in which case go for it, right? But you're kind of metagaming there. Yeah.
I think in rulings like this, because we have these scenarios where we've got multiple things come up with multiple rules, we need to have like a process for this. I think like in the case where you have multiple predictions, I think like 50% of your predictions should be correct in order for like it to generally count. Shan's looking at me like this is a bad ruling. Like I'm an autocrat.
Well, no, it's not that it's bad. It's just that I don't even have 50%. So like I've really lost. I've really.
I mean,
not good.
I don't know. Just because like here, like I've technically gotten like a 1/3 here, but that doesn't feel right. I don't feel like I've won. I don't feel like I've gotten A1 correct compared to Doc's clean sweep.
I feel like that's not a critical fail, Harry, but it's a fail. You didn't meet the
not good.
DC.
Did not meet the DC. Okay. We take it case by case. Okay,
Yep.
Shan. Elowen will have an easy time with the goggles, have an easy time with the team and is unbothered. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Everyone will leave her alone, show socially. She deserves a good time.
I mean, she still deserves a good time, but she's not having it.
The goggles took 40 some odd minutes to be mentioned.
Yeah.
This was I believe, a poll. Yeah.
Did her eyebrows get singed? Did they make the joke about her eyebrows getting singed that episode or 27? Because I remember that happening and I laughed.
I honestly can't remember.
I forget
At some
too.
point,
know
the
if I
joke
wrote
was
it
made
down.
about Elowen loses her eyebrows. Or was that 25? Fudge. A joke was made at some point and it made me laugh.
I think you're right. I think it was previously. I think it was 25.
Dang.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I think that's probably, Elowen, she will get her good time. Maybe not now, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not for a long
The
time.
group
if we
the
keep
group
going.
group effort was also a fail.
The group effort, the combo effort, Dolly Radiant reconciling because of his emotional whiplash.
No, in
Nuh-uh.
fact, it got worse. So I would
It
say
got
Bard.
worse.
Bard got one right. I would give that
Yeah.
to Bard.
Well, Bard's
I
one
would.
was trapped
I
in a
would
tunnel.
call. I would call nearly killing your teammate reaching a boiling point. It just
Yeah.
hasn't
Yep.
boiled over yet.
Yeah, agreed.
It just hasn't gone over. But like, I thought it was very funny that the only person who was really mad about it, and Holly mentioned it in today's Action Surge as well. that she was the only one who was concerned about the fact that not even Radiant, Dolly was, or
That's because she
Elowen
was
the
thinking about
only
it in
one.
character, and the rest of them
Yeah.
were thinking about it in the game's sense, right?
Yeah. So like Elowen and Holly were the only ones concerned that Dolly could have killed Radiant. So
Yeah.
Yep.
and yet they're still best friends. You can overcome anything.
Do mushrooms count as traps? Do the mushroom people count as traps?
I feel like there were plenty of traps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if there were
The
traps in the
toad
tunnel,
was a trap. Well, that was
was
for
a trap.
episode 27.
That's
though.
27. Yeah.
But yeah, I would say he put traps in like monsters and stuff to protect them.
Like these spider mushroom creatures.
Yes.
Yes.
if we consider that a trap, then Bard gets another clean
It's a
victory.
clean sweep, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think we will argue about it in the comments.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Doc, Bard, absolute winners for the predictions on this front. Meanwhile, I got fudging owned, and me and Shan, we both kind of got owned.
You got owned. You at least got one right. I got completely shattered here. I was caught in the AoE.
I mean, Elowen,
Aw.
she had an easy time in that she didn't like hit anything.
Yeah.
You know?
I
So,
also
like,
thought it
that's
was
kind of
very
easy.
funny that they talked about Final Fantasy 14 in Action Surge because they were talking about AoEs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. From an
Yeah.
MMO.
Yeah, in the
Perspective.
27 Action Surge. 27 Action Surge, but yeah, that was nice.
Anyway,
Yep.
there was my predictions done. There's the prediction segment. Boom. All donezo.
Excellent.
Do you want to do like a quick recap of the things, of some of the notes?
Yeah, I mean,
don't
we
know how
got
we wanna
some
do
stuff
this.
here. Maybe I'll just start things
The
off,
most
and we
important
can
thing was lilac and gooseberries. Let's be
lilac
so
and
real.
gooseberries. Yeah, it was great.
And he hates portals.
And he hates portals. That's 27 though as well.
I know.
So just kind of they started off this whole like just kind of entering in, right? And just the emotional weight on Parvis of just like not being exposed to this very personal kobold thing, right? Was pretty significant way to kind of start all that, right?
That the old
Yeah.
dark was like right there. Was,
Right there
like,
the
he
whole
had
time.
a really
Yeah.
hard time with that. Yeah. He's in a place.
So a bit like Holly, I think, said, if not in the Action Surge, then definitely in the Elowen's diary following 26, being very concerned about what happens when I does meet themselves, if they meet themselves.
Yeah, it definitely, I think it was an Action Surge too. It could have been both, because in Action Surge she says, what happens if he wants to stay? So
Yeah,
it could have been themselves in the Elowen's diary, and then specifically like what happens if he wants to leave.
Yeah, just the kind of significance of what happens if you don't like what they have to say, right?
That too,
And
yeah.
increasingly, it does seem like, and I don't know whether Harry truly intended this, but the gods have really screwed over all of the mortal beings of this realm, right? They have not acted as good stewards, shall we say, of the mortals of this realm. Basically, none of them have, right? Like, you think about D&D deities, some of them are good stewards of the people of the realm, others definitely not, right? Others, using the mortals as playthings, basically. But here it's like none of these deities really have their mortals interests at heart, so to speak. I mean, I guess we'll see what the and this is kind of like blending 26 and 27 together.
Episode bleed, all good.
It's bound to happen.
yeah, what themself, the rationale of themself, and all of that together, right?
Yeah.
Is pretty significant. Mechanically, and this was actually, I think someone made a comment about this in spoiler chat, maybe, or maybe it was in suggestions about how they didn't necessarily like the sort of rate at which
It
the
was
double
suggestions, I think.
healing spells were put together, and it was like, it's kind of hard to kind of work this whole thing in, and they've always been kind of loose with the rules anyway.
Yeah.
This group,
Especially because they straddled two different
Yeah.
versions
Yeah.
of this game. Yeah.
so it's always been much more about the narrative. I mean, you can kind of see that in
Yeah.
like how, certainly how Ben plays, right? Like he's just so reckless. It's kind of anything for the
Well, and now we know.
for
He
the
talked
narrative,
about it.
right?
And he had Radian talk about it too, which is really interesting to hear like the character version of why Ben plays like a crazy person.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a
yeah.
lot of really juicy Radiant
yes.
stuff for those who are there to taste the elf. You know what I mean? Like
Oh
a lot
yeah.
of juicy stuff in there. Like a lot of good eye. Like there's stuff for everybody, but specifically eye and Radiant and the lore itself all really got to shine in these 2 episodes.
What I will say
Oh
is
God.
with 26, with 26, I had my most we're so back moment ever
You
when
did.
it comes to Radiant. And in 27, we went straight back to it so fudging over once again. Like we are ping ponging, and I'm still hanging on because if we want to talk about that whole, we're gonna just jump around. Let's jump around, gang. Let's keep
I mean, we
it
could just talk
loosey-goosey.
about Radiant in general because I have my notes open to
I'm
26.
gonna update I'm just gonna go ahead and update the
Yeah.
topic to 26 and 27. Yep.
Yeah, you might as
26
well
and
because
27.
it's
Radiant.
bleeding.
It's gonna be
we have
hard,
no
yeah.
Bleed
choice.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
But,
it kind of worked because it was like you can consider it almost like one big episode because
Yeah,
it's two
Exactly.
of the same kind
It's
of things.
really nice.
Yeah.
So for 26, because I have it open, I can recap. At one point, Radiant stops to ask Parvati about the orbs, which leads to a really interesting conversation. He finds thought was going on, in that the voices that they heard. The Antiqua made. What did I say? Oh, the Antiqua were made when the world was still young. So we all now know how old they all are. Very old. Parvis understands why themself did not, tell them about stuff. But then Radiant opens up about how he doesn't feel like his body is his own. And he thinks that he wants to die to be free of that body.
Yeah.
And Parvis reassures him in the incredible line, "Your story is not finished." And that's part of what Radiant's crash out through these 2 episodes has been about. And there's more stuff in the second episode, but we'll start with since I have the 26 stuff open, we can start with that. We can talk about the crazy revelation in 27 at the same time if you want, or we can wait. But if that helps you talk about your point, go for it.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, like you put it perfectly, like there, Shannon. Like, for extra
His crash
context.
out?
No, yeah, like I mean, the whole like no, but as in the whole that Parva's conversation and also just
Yeah.
the element of again like thematically like it's a very kind of like emotional. I kind of like feel a lot of empathy having again like played characters who also kind of like the like sort of amnesiac character in the whole like crux of being scared about learning about the person you once were. Could that potentially change how you have your own relationship to yourself, and like not feeling like your body is really like your own? That kind of thing is a deeply like is a deeply like sad and like uncomfortable thing to deal with, and I think it's being like handled like really nicely with so much empathy, and I think just that's like really cool. And like all of that happens, which is like an aside to say, like I do kind of feel bad because of how, like, tied, emotionally tied and, like, deep that story is. I do hope it doesn't look like weird me going off my side and saying, look, this could be evidence that he may be reborn, that he may be a reborn 5e. But still in my head, man. Just want to say it, still in my head. I mean,
Yeah.
my only thing I'm just gonna say about that whole conversation, post that sort of like whole sort of context of everything, that to me is like leaning to more and more evidence of, like, I kind of got a feeling that maybe just like a little thing. He could have done a little. He could have, like. I still think he might be undead. I think he might be undead. That can explain a lot of these things, and that could make that line so much more, like, this like interesting and distinct. That's all I've got to say about that.
Yeah.
All I've got to
And
say about that.
I also found my notes on what Ben said in the action surge for the episode as well about this. So he talked about Radiant's relationship with Granoth versus with Parvis, and how he responded to them differently at first. Because obviously Radiant's kind of come around to Parvis, but like he felt like the anti-Antigua, which is why he was like willing to warm up to him, and he feels on his level due to his skill. But he said Radiant's in a weird place, and he said, what would make someone who always wants to die feel that way? And so it was the fact that he felt like he wasn't in his own body. And so that's how Ben decided this is why Radiant is so reckless, because a part of him wants to die and be free of this feeling.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people could identify with that, actually.
But what he said as well is that he's scared to put the people in danger as well.
Yes.
And
It's
that
just
is
him.
keeping him a little bit back. Not
From
much,
being
but it holds him
absolutely
back.
crashing out. Yeah.
Yes.
From absolutely crashing out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I know you're all in, Harry, on the reborn theory. But
Till I die.
27 had some interesting concepts about that.
Yes. I think there's just now, at least as things are playing out, I think there's just as much possibility, right, that you have a being here that has transited planes, right? Which would be a very D&D thing.
Yeah.
And in doing so is reborn, right?
So he could still be
Because
reborn, yeah?
He could still
You
be
could use
reborn,
that?
just not in
Yeah.
the way that, and not mechanically in the way that you would be as undead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that might be slightly greasy on the prediction of reborn, but
Raiden Reborn theory is freaking thick with grease. Zach Films is having
So
a
greasy.
hell of
Yeah.
a day with the grease of that.
I mean, he could, in theory, just like be a higher spirit, god, vile virtues whatsoever.
He
being
could just be from the
locked in the body
Feywild.
of a.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
could
that
be everything.
that transiting of planes has put him in the body in the form that he's in,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
I think if that
Well, at the
happens,
same
I
time,
feel
though,
vindicated.
the paintings they found imply that this is what somebody from another plane looks like. So is it actually another body? I don't know. Because he said he saw people that looked like him, but he didn't tell anybody. So there's no discussion about it because he chose not to
Yep.
tell anybody. So there's literally no discussion about it.
Yeah.
I think
that he saw
that's
beings that look like him from before. the
Because he rolled a
separation.
natural 20, I think.
Yes, he
Yeah.
did.
Didn't
He
he?
rolled a Benti. Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
Yeah.
He surely did.
So the only thing I have to say about all that, Harry, is unfortunately, I think
It's
we might
looking
have
so
to.
fudging over. It's looking so over.
Well, buddy, I think we might have
Just
to
give it
wait
some
another
time.
25 episodes.
Yeah,
The
just give
problem
it
is,
some time.
like, we might have to wait another year to actually come to that area of the story. But maybe not. Maybe not.
Okay, but
Maybe there'll
hear
be
me
lots of
out.
revelations when we get to talk with themselves, right?
Hear me out. Yeah, hear me
Oh,
out. Hear
God.
me out. Hear me out.
Oh God.
It could be like, so that again, as you suggest, Doc, both can be true at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know how you go across planes in this world. Maybe hypothetically, because look, after going on the thing, my whole just thing of a theory is radian. However we define radian is a fudging mathematical construct at the minute. What is a radian? We don't know. The variable that is radian, like drowns in the river at some point. And I think still somewhere in all of that, if we're talking about moving cross planes, that kind of thing, maybe hypothetically, maybe you have to die to go across planes. Is all I'm saying. It could still work. I'm still holding on. And again, I'm still holding on. And again, all I'm just thinking, Radian, he has to, like, you know, Wood Elves, boom. They have to chance for 4 hours. And, like, all I'm just saying is you also need 4 hours of rest if you're, like, a reborn as well. So that's all I'm just saying. That's all I'm just saying.
He's just saying,
And
guys. He's just saying.
You can.
And all I'm just saying is on episode 26. Episode 26 is when they saw the video, if you know what I mean. Where
Do we know what you mean, Harry?
Do we?
yeah, do we know what we mean? I mean, everyone here
We're
contributed to the
asking
video.
you.
You know what I mean? No?
No.
Okay,
Oh, the video
okay.
we sent. The video we sent to the cast.
Yes. Yes.
No, I think that was that 26 or was that 27? Because 27 was when they
27.
had the.
It's 27.
Yeah, they had the
Yes.
alcohol.
Yeah. Okay. 27 was the one with the alcohol. Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
I was thinking like
They didn't mention
maybe...
your video though, so I don't.
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
think
no,
you're
no,
gonna
that's
get
fine.
any answers.
No, absolutely not. But I was thinking like, okay, at least everyone on that table, because in my part of the video, I did fudging let it rip with the Radiant Reborn theory.
I
So
wish I
everyone
was
on
a
that fudging
fly on the
table
wall.
knows. Everyone on that table knows. And like,
And
I
they
am
saw
also
your
really
iron.
embarrassed. They saw my iron. I brought out
Yeah.
the table. I made it look like the freaking ad read table. It was a really bad video from me. Not my finest hour, but everyone has seen that. Everyone has it in their head. So the moment everyone starts like theorizing, then you know it's me.
Everyone has heard Kari serenade.
It was brilliant. By
the
the
whole
way.
cast.
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
I just thought they deserve a drinking song, so.
Each
It's fine.
each
They
of us
heard
has
me
contributed.
talking way too fast.
Each of us has contributed to that in our own way.
Speed talking.
Speed
Go.
talking. Yes. Cool. We of course had the kindergarten playground session of kind of, oh no, you're in my sandbox. No, you're in my sandbox. Silliness.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's much more to say about it other than
The cats were
Maybe-
going through some stuff.
characters were going through some stuff. They need to get out of their own heads a little bit, I
Yeah.
think. But
I mean, raise your hand if you weren't surprised that Kelnis's whole thing was because of a love triangle.
I think there's more to it. I think there's
No,
more
I think
to
there's
it.
more to it too. But it just made me
Yeah.
laugh. I was like, oh, of course, Doug's character was embroiled in a love triangle.
Although that is incredibly funny.
It was incredibly funny. And then the
It
fact
is
that he
incredibly
referenced
funny.
Yennefer in the same episode, I'm sorry, it's incredibly funny.
Yeah. Hold on, I need to quickly find.
he did drop the portals thing in 27, right? It was
Yeah, I
27?
think it was 27. Because that's where they actually mentioned the portal for the first time, I think.
Didn't he do Winds Howling as well?
He does. I think he's done it a couple times, because I remember them all chuckling. But these ones were like, they were funny because they were ones that you would have to be very specific to get them.
Yeah.
And like we got them, and then the table just went crazy both times, which I thought was very cute.
Yep.
Yes.
I have a lot of like interesting quotes written down because a lot of crazy stuff was said in this episode. Like Parvis has a lot of zingers.
Yep.
Far harder to repair a broken friendship than strengthen a strong one. Secrets make you lonely.
Yeah.
You all have the same pain. Instead of healing it, you're taking it out on each other. If you care for I at all, you'll stop fighting.
The sticker quotes the quotes of the stickers are piling up.
Yeah, it has character. Took me out. It has character.
It has character.
It has character. It has character. I think the one that stuck with me was when they found the art depicting Parvis, and he was like taken aback that they were like proud of him and stuff, and they were discussing why themselves would kick them out. And Parvis said, you know, when they were like, well, maybe he was just trying to, maybe they were trying to protect you. And Parvis says, well, that's not always a good enough excuse. And that stuck with me because, so when I was in college, my junior year of college, my mom had a massive aneurysm. And I guess, like, I was the last one to find out. My mom's friends found out before me. My mom's coworkers found out before me. My dad's friends found out before me. My brother was there. He's the one who called 911. My sister still lived at home. She found out. My dad waited 3 days to tell me. He told me literally the day of her surgery. And I found out because my mom's best friend at the time was like, why aren't you telling your eldest daughter that her mom like is in the ICU? And his excuse at the time was that I was in school.
Never mind that. Worry you, right?
Never mind, right? Didn't want to worry me. Never mind. My brother was 2 years younger than me, so he was also in college. It was his freshman year. My sister was in high school. Didn't want to worry me. Didn't want to tell me because I was in school. Meanwhile, literally all of Delco, where I live, knew that my mom had an aneurysm, but not me. And I still think part of me is very mad about it because protecting my grades is kind of not a good excuse. There's not always a good enough excuse to protect someone from something that could hurt them. And so for, Parvis to say that, like, essentially about their father, their parent figure, that kicking them out to protect them is not a good excuse all the time. I fully agree with that because, like, what if my mom had died that night and nobody told me that she was in the hospital for 3 whole days? Like, I never would have forgiven my father for that. Ever. There's no excuse for that. Thankfully, she didn't die, so we never have to find out. But that's still, like, a sore spot for me because, like, I already felt like this might be, like, too opening up, but I always felt like my parents kind of didn't like me as much as my siblings. I wasn't, like, normal. I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was really young. I wasn't a very, like, sporty kid. My brother and sister were both very sporty. I liked games. They never really got interested in anything I was interested in. They never really talked to me about anything I liked. They never showed any interest. And my stuff was skippable. Like my orchestra concerts, my plays, skippable. So I already felt on the out with my parents. To this day, I still kind of do. And to, have a parent actually do that, to keep you out of it, to protect you when your other siblings know, when everybody else knows or everybody else is welcome, that's not a good excuse because everybody else knows or is welcome except for you. And if you don't know the reasons why or you don't understand them, that's hard to get over. And so for me, that was when it really kind of, like, the way Parvis was feeling really kind of clicked for me, like, in that moment. Because Parvis was made to feel unwelcome, but Parvis was the only kobold made to feel unwelcome. And so, like, yeah, that kind of sucked. Especially when you've spent eons with your parent figure.
Hundreds of years.
Hundreds of years. Just to be kicked out. Like, yeah. I completely understand where Parvis comes from with all this.
Yeah.
Like, 100%.
It intersects with but at the same time, it intersects with the party kind of talking about themselves decisions, right? Which
Yeah.
are which are more in 27,
Yeah.
right? And vehemently, the two of them, both I and Parvis, defending themselves decisions, right? And his sort of them being cast aside by the rest of the virtuous.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, for the spying.
So I don't want to minimize your personal situation here, Shan.
I mean,
but
they're still two different things.
I hope we get an opportunity to understand the nuance of that decision, because there's
Yes.
clearly, I mean, I expect there's not too much nuance to the decision that your parents made, right? Like,
Well, yeah.
they
Yeah,
they
I mean,
they made
two
they
completely
made that
different
decision and
situations.
end of story, right? Like,
Yeah.
and it's over a relatively short period of time.
Yeah.
This is a decision made though over hundreds
Forever
of
ago.
years, right?
Yeah.
And that has ongoing implications on the entire world.
Yeah.
Parvis then goes with the Antiqua to Mount Atria, to a place where all the other gods are, but where themself isn't. He's there as an outcast. You didn't just make a decision to isolate your child from and protect them from a single decision.
Yeah.
You put them in a situation where they are reminded of that decision over and over and over again, like every year, or I can't remember
I think
exactly
it
what
was every year.
the frequency of which they do the deference, right?
Yeah.
You putting them in that situation where they have to be reminded of that decision over and over and over again, right? And I think he even said during 26 that he's essentially ostracized from themselves. They're essentially no longer on speaking terms,
Yeah.
right? So there's some pretty deep issues and differences of opinion here on decision making that hopefully we'll get a chance to explore, right?
Yeah.
And if, as we were just discussing with respect to Radian, if Radian does look like people from the Feywild or otherwise, what is, considering themselves as really one of the only people we know of who have transited that, what are they going to think about Radian just
It'd be
showing
quite
up?
a shock to see this guy showing
Right?
up in his robes with his deck and be like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, 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 excuse me. What are
hold
you
on.
doing here?
Hold on. Did you touch the orbs? What are you doing here?
So
And it's like, yeah, he did touch the orbs, but
the idea that basically the idea that could be an incredibly tense meeting,
yeah.
right? To the point where themselves could more or less treat them as enemies because
It's
of
already
because of his
tense, 'cause
because of his
Parvis
presence.
too. Parvis
Yeah.
and Radian both being there would be,
Yep.
you know, or whatever an alarm sounds like in really quick. Like, you know, that's like bell sirens. You know, like
Yep.
absolutely.
Definitely.
I think that would be very telling.
Trying to friggin' make a
Yes. I think his reaction to Radian, or their reaction to Radian, is going to be very telling.
Yep. Their reaction to Radian, obviously their reaction to Parvis.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
their reaction to right? Like, I know that the cast have said, well, we got big things to drop here in 28 and 29. I think they said that during the last serving cantrip, that 28 and 29 are huge. So yeah, I mean, this could go very, very badly, right? Like incredibly badly.
Things are already so tense.
I expect, because of that reason, Shan, like, you can only, if you're just constantly pulling on the tension, it's really, I mean, they've talked about this in a few action surges, right? Of, it just gets really tiring, right? It's really tiring to be tense all the time, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully they get some, I think we said this the last one of these episodes, like, it'd be nice for them to have a little warmth, right?
Yeah. That's why I wanted Elowen to have a good time.
Because they haven't had any warmth for a while.
That's
mean,
the
I
reason
think-
why
I think-
drew the scene where actually Kelnis is hugging Pavos and I together.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Mini
I
drawing.
think where we get some of the warmth, at least in 26, was like how everything was going unhinged, like exploring, going inside, you enter Radiant, you know.
Yes, you enter Radiant. Period.
They everyone just had weird like unhinged energy in 26 as well, which I think you could say is like the warmth needing to come out through the meta aspect of it. Just
Yep.
it was a different vibe, but holy fudge, it was kind of funny.
Yeah. I literally wrote even like, is the rift below? Maybe not about the cave.
Yep.
The rift
I was gonna say,
between everyone.
yeah. One other thing I wanted to point out, which is a fun thing on this front from 26 specifically. Like, I'm sort of jumping right sort of towards the end ish, but like it kind of feels thematic because I feel like because it's sort of like moving through things, sort of getting past the 26 stuff. I feel kind of like the fun thing when they were fighting the mushroom man, the mushroom guy. Radiant's whole gambit of disguise self as themselves, which
Yep.
To scare it.
casting disguise self as Ice God is such what an icon. What an icon, Radiant. What a sweet blasphemous icon. Walks in immediately.
Love a little bit of blasphemy.
Immediately disguises itself as a god. Love a little blasphemy. What a
I'm Catholic. We love a little bit of blasphemy here and there. Only here and there.
only here and there.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't
Well,
go
I
too
thought-
far now.
Yeah, I thought the description of I thought the description of what Harry went with was like interestingly like vague but in a cool way. Again, like the idea, scale shifting color, gold, red, blue, black, man, character design. We love it. I also thought just like the quote of, this is a beautiful kobold, whatever that means to you. Gang, I'm gonna throw it to you. What does a beautiful kobold mean to you? I'm thinking because unfortunately because I'm too Gen Z brain Gen Z brain SpongeBob pilled. I can only think of audio listeners. Kari just
beautiful-
put up
The beautiful.
I the character, not the me.
Beautiful.
That's the beautiful
Kobold.
kobold. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm thinking handsome Squidward. Unfortunately. So
Handsome Squidward.
I feel
Yes.
like, so a couple things. I'll make a comment first, then I'll answer your question, Harry. First comment I'll make is the one thing you left out was themself is big.
Big boy.
Themself is not small.
Big they.
Themself is not kobold sized.
No.
So
Quite large.
why is that?
yeah,
Separate
why
com-
is that compared
Yeah,
to
Why
why
is
are
that?
the kobolds
The
so
other-
small? Why did they
Wha-
make them so small?
Yeah, so separate conversation for another time, and maybe we'll get some reasoning as to why that is, right?
The more
But-
mortality created, the more I don't know, gods get physically smaller. Who
Yeah, like
knows?
I mean,
did,
I have
or
a
did they make the
theory.
kobolds last and they were almost out of magic?
Out of magic, yeah. So that they couldn't make them any larger. But
For not to scale. The kobolds are not to scale.
the kobolds are not to scale. I feel like the elegance, a beautiful kobold
Another cat.
is
Yes.
another cat.
Different cat.
I have 3.
3.
Oh, okay.
A beautiful
That's
kobold
okay.
is a small dragon,
Mm-hmm.
right? And has those very dragony features, right?
Yeah.
That striking nose, the whole bit, right? And yeah, from that point of view, maybe we'll get some insight into why the scales change color, what the significance of the scale color actually is, etc. It'll be interesting to see whether we get any of that. But Kari, you had a theory as to why the
So
kobolds are small.
Yeah, so in many like stories where, for example, dwarves as well, the dwarf gods are tall. They are giants. They are stone giants most of the time, and depending on the lore. So, and they come often depending on what lore you're going from. They come from stone. So, and as you just said, kobolds in theory come from dragons. So, what keeps us from thinking that their god might be a dragon?
Yep.
Potentially, yeah.
Could be a small dragon or a large kobold.
It depends.
Would you fight? Would you rather fight one giant dragon or
100
kobold-sized
kobolds. Well,
dragons?
in 5th edition, we definitely want to fight the single dragon because of action economy.
Action economy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though I would love to grab the little kobold-sized dragons, cuddle them all, and keep them as pets.
Hell
Your
yeah.
cat does not like that idea.
No.
He is just very vocal. Oh, sweetie. Ow.
But a beautiful kobold for you, Shan or Kari? Whoever wants to go first.
Wait, what was the question?
What is a beautiful kobold to you?
Oh, what is a beautiful kobold?
Shan, you first.
She's thinking.
Well, you have to understand, I'm not as familiar with what things are supposed to look like in D&D. Not as familiar. So, like, I know what I looks like. I know what the kobolds in Final Fantasy XIV look like. Hint.
Yeah, those
very
are two very
different.
different things.
Yeah.
Very different kobold interpretation.
Yeah.
And that's mostly due to copyright, fun fact. But yeah.
That makes sense. So it's just kind of hard to...
How would you yassify I if you had to?
put him in Princess Diana's revenge dress.
There you have it. Then I
Yes.
think
All right.
that's what we need.
Princess Diana.
So, a beautiful kobold for you, Shan, is one who knows how to accessorize.
Yes, and
All right.
can wear the hell out of a sparkly black dress.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Kari?
I mean, I already held it into the camera. I, the character, not the me. Mostly because I don't go into the optical part, but into... He is so beautiful on the inside. I mean, literally the first episode was him giving acorns to everyone as a greeting. And like being
He is
so
a beautiful soul.
open-hearted and just being little scale and just being an absolute sweetheart to
Yep.
everyone.
He is a beautiful soul.
He is beautiful inside. And I mean not the ballast inside where you open him. No, I mean the
Yep.
his character is just beautiful.
I do wonder whether he is fundamentally different, because we haven't met any other kobolds. Whether he's actually just fundamentally different than other kobolds, and that's part of the reason why he was left behind. Is that he is special in some way, right?
Maybe the other kobolds are like the first edition kobolds and actually look like dogs.
Yep.
Classic.
We will find out.
Well, there we go.
We hope.
That's the most important.
Let's hope that all the kobolds aren't dead, and we actually
That
get
is
to.
one of the things I am worried about,
Yep.
Same.
as we will talk about in a second.
All right. Couple mechanical things before we move on to 27 stuff.
Hit me, because I have no idea what's going on mechanically, and I'm
Yeah,
just
Shan,
on the
you got
ride.
this. Lock in.
So we're
Shan,
20.
Kari, I think you can do this one.
We're 26 episodes in before we get our first poisoned status. And for those who are listening and don't know, the poison status has nothing to do with damage. At least in 5th edition. It is a status effect that predominantly means that you roll with disadvantage. Right.
Yes.
On a series of things, and I can't remember exactly what they all are off the top of my head. But it was just really funny that this was the first time that happened, and it happened to you, I think, first. And Alex was immediately, oh yeah, the guy's dead. And Harry's like, whoa, no, he isn't, because he hasn't taken any damage. I was like, yep, we're not playing an action RPG here, guys. We're not playing an
ain't
MMO.
Pokemon.
Poisoned is a status. Poison can
Yes.
also be damage as well, but poisoned
be
is a
damage.
status.
Poison damage versus poison status.
Yeah.
Yes. The condition.
So I thought that was kind of cool that it's taken us 26-ish episodes, over a year to
Yeah, it's
have
taken
a
over a year
poison
for
status.
someone to get poisoned.
Yep.
I mean, there are so many conditions in 5e
Yep.
that we probably will never even see because they just don't come up. Or what every DM has the right to, they do as they wish because it fits into their narrative. Because they are the DM, period. That's what homebrewers do.
Very true, Kari. Very true. I think it's also interesting from just kind of a storytelling point of view to not have players know what statuses are likely to occur, and then have to, and allowing them to potentially prepare for them. So, I think that's an interesting way to approach those types of situations, right? I think the other one, which Harry will probably get a kick out of, is that we had DM's inspiration for the first time as well after 26 episodes. It's
My
something
full
I
prediction
personally,
is that
when I'm
that is
DMing,
never getting used.
whether it's never getting used again, you think?
Well, no, I have I mean, just a funny thing of everyone forgets they have inspiration if they've not used it. So either
Yeah.
that's going to remain in the bag for like another 25 episodes until Alex goes, because it was Alex who got it, I believe.
Yes, he
Alex
did.
is gonna go, oh wait, I have this thing called inspiration. Can I use that? And that's gonna be how it gets used, or it will never be used at all. So like, fun thing. I just it does make me chuckle.
It's something I always forget in my toolbox as a DM. It's been a while since I've DM'd any 5th edition, but do you use inspiration in
jingler.
your toolbox of things, Kari?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do. I even had it that I gave them like no limit on inspiration they can collect, and they should keep track.
Okay, so a bit like Baldur's Gate 3, I think, has where you can like accumulate them, and then that allows
Well,
you
you
to
have
re-roll,
4.
right?
In Baldur's Gate 3, you can have up to 4
There's a
inspirations.
limit. Yep, you're
Yeah.
right.
But I made it that because there is an NPC that I found in one of these many idea videos on YouTube, and it was a merchant who sells items with inspiration as currency.
Okay.
So they could get special magic items with their special currency. And they met him once so far. I called them like fate bound, that they are like children of a god of fate, that they travel like the Doctor around and like are where they are supposed to be.
Yep.
And so I thought that is a funny idea, and so they got a lot of cool magic items that I got from some Kickstarter magical item thing, and was like, yeah, you can have this, or this, and you need so and so many, and there were a couple of game-breaking stuff they luckily didn't buy.
Do you use inspiration in your games, Harry?
Like because normally the stuff I run would be like short form stuff. Like it's
Okay.
Like yes, because it's more easy to kind of like sort of remember on that front. Yeah, like kind of. The answer is kind of. I think it's particularly useful in groups where it's like you want to like groups that might not be comfortable with role playing, or like maybe have things that you want to like iron out with like a reward system.
Incentivize the risk taking a little bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Incentivize the risk taking will kind of like, again, reward something that you feel is just kind of like quite fun. I like a little bit of that. There's an equivalent in Blades of the Dark for kind of an inspiration, which is called a devil's bargain, which is if and it's what I like. It's basically you can essentially get like advantage. You could get like an inspiration. You could get an extra dice to roll in your checks in Blades in the Dark. If you basically ask for a devil's bargain from the GM, and the GM says, okay, yeah, you can have like a better effect, or you can have this bonus, but you write but a consequence will happen.
Yeah.
That like, but the consequence is your worst rival will know about this, or like the worst rival is that there'll be some heat and stuff like that. That kind of stuff I quite like those a lot more, because it's all about like it deliberately yes-anding and giving players control of that narrative, which I kind of find is fun. Yeah, so kind of. Also, I don't run a lot of 5e because it's a stressful system. It stresses me out.
And I used it funnily in the library as well, where I work, to introduce it to other people.
Brilliant.
By like giving them little like treats, chocolates they could consume, and then use the wrapper as a reroll.
Oh, that's funny. That's really
fun.
And
I literally gave inspiration out like candy.
Gamifying it, right? Yeah.
Yes.
That's very cool, Harry. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Right on. Shan, you're looking restless. Or the dog is the dog
is restless.
Is restless.
Not I.
Wants your attention.
Yeah, maybe something else, because she did something that kind of smells.
Oh.
Don't cry.
Oh no.
Don't cry.
Do you need to go and deal with the thing?
I might have to. So give me a few minutes.
Go deal with the
and
thing.
Let me take her out. Clearly that's what she wants.
We will fill.
Okay.
Talk
about mechanics. I can't help with that. So there you go.
We'll fill on 26, and when you come back, we'll continue on 27.
I shall return.
Yeah.
Excellent. Go do that. Anything else on 26 we want to discuss?
Oh, the problem is I'd kind of discussed everything I wanted to do, but I was wondering about the prediction for 27 potentially. But yeah. Nah, I think that's a lot of it. 26. Oh yeah, Radiant got downed a lot. That was funny.
Yeah, Radiant. Literally, I have like Radiant drops, Calendar seals, Radiant drops again.
I mean, are we still in this like episode 26, 27 like weird zone?
I think we are.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, because if we want to talk about mechanics and like the combat stuff in 27, that was quite. There was a lot that was going on there. I've seen like a write up of like the stats of how that really went down, and it's an entertaining write up from, I think, Kenneth. He wrote down a lot of like the stats of how much damage everything was doing.
Yep.
Or lack thereof.
So,
which is wild.
Those of you who have listened to me for 7 episodes plus this now know that I'm very concerned for our party and their recklessness and their just how erratic they are in playing, quote unquote. I mean, Kari will know this, and you will as well, Harry. But like playing optimally, right? Is that as a DM, you're kind of setting up the encounters for the party to play close to optimally, right? Or to at least play to its strengths, right? And when you don't do that, right? Like in 26, Radiant could have died forever, right? Like it would have been, it was totally on the cards for that to be the case, right? And those encounters were not particularly difficult, right? 27's encounters, like Harry laid out the mechanics of that frog in Action Surge 27. Like one Dolly rolling badly on that in that one situation, and we could have had 2 or 3 characters die in that encounter, right? Because you have one of the main healers incapacitated, you have all this stuff happen, and it just becomes a kind of snowball of bad things that this group is not particularly well equipped to deal with that, because as you say, Harry, 5th edition can be incredibly overwhelming to understand all of the pieces, right? And this is a group that is learning as they're going, so it makes it really tricky for Harry to put potentially difficult encounters. And as they get up in level, stuff's going to start hitting for like 30, 40, 50 damage around.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's like waking up and being like, it's like the thing of like balancing the thing of being like will Doug enter capital D Doug mode, or will he forget how to play D, or will he forget how to play D&D again?
I mean, I wrote it here. I mean, we'll probably discuss it when Shan is back as well. But he was in capital D Doug mode in 27. Like he really was. Like he was firing on all cylinders. And Keldness is kind of OP, so when you're firing on all cylinders, he can really do some really messed up stuff.
Yeah,
right?
and he was really literally planning how to do his best turns.
Yep. So when you have him operating on that kind of level with a character that's already incredibly powerful, right? And is only just going to get like the ramp for him between what are they now? 8, I think, level 8.
Yeah, I think they're level 8.
Between 8 and 12 as a druid, like the ramp for him is almost exponential from here. He's just going to get ridiculously powerful. So it's kind of it starts to swing, right, on how well he plays, right?
Yeah.
I mean, partly true for Ben as well, right? Like his character's incredible. I mean, we saw it already with the polymorph, right? Like his character's incredible. Like you can just in one turn just turn the whole combat around, right?
Yeah.
Of course, it was very convenient, and Kari will know this. Kari, what happens when you hit something that's been polymorphed?
It turns back. If the creature goes to 0, it turns back, and the thing that the damage that goes over the hit points of the creature it was turned into will get taken off the character's hit points, but it would bamf back. That's the reason why the entire stream was like, don't kill it!
Don't kill it! Don't kill it! Yeah, just leave it alone.
But if you drown it, it stays dead.
If you
Awesome.
drown it.
If you drown the creature, the hit points go to 0. And that works with polymorphed characters as well. The
Agent
polymorphed
47 is
character-
having a great time.
And that is in the new system the case. And I think in the old system it was the case as well. That if there is no...
I feel
if
like
they
this is
cannot
something
bring-
that you've got like one side of the table with the knives and the other side of the table with the knives, and they're both like, no, I'm right.
Yeah, I had I had the same discussion with my with a friend of mine, but I made the mistake. I to the birthday of my niece, I gifted them the 2024 rule books.
Yep.
And I don't have them, so I had to look in the internet. And I checked, and she's right. It's written there if a creature
is
is
it written
drowning in
specifically?
polymorph. In the rules it's written, and from
Wow.
what I remember, if the creature goes to 0 in polymorph by drowning, because that are drowning rules.
Then they're
the drowning
dead
rules. Yes.
because they're drowning. Yeah. Then they're dead.
Hey, Shan,
and that
did you know
takes
that
over
if
in
you...
polymorph as well.
Hey, Shan, did you know that if you drown a polymorphed, if you drowned a polymorphed frog, then you'd properly kill the big frog?
I did not, but now I do.
Now you do.
You have a 2024 player's handbook, do you not, Shan?
Right here, actually.
We needed like a live fact check, I think.
Okay, what did you need me to check?
What page would it be?
you
Would it
need
be
to
like
look
a
up polymorph.
spell?
Let me check the index, because that's the best place to go.
While you check the index, do we want to chat potentially about the episode 27 predictions? Because we had
So
some.
it is in the player's handbook. I check what page it is.
306.
Ah.
So, let me go to 306. All right, what did you need me to check?
Does
I
it
have it
talk
open.
about drowning?
Let's see.
While Shan does that, we can go through the predictions, which the first prediction was just flat out incorrect. Radiant did not perform any melee attacks.
Yes. For
in
reference,
27.
before the episode happened, I messaged on Discord being like, we need to do predictions for 27, gang. So we wrote down what we did on Discord.
I did these while I was shoveling goat poo.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So I received a bing on my phone. I took my gloves off. I looked at the bing, and it was Harry asking about predictions for 27. And I wrote, Radiant will make a melee attack.
I'm so
I put my
sorry.
gloves back on, put my phone in my pocket, and I continued shoveling goat poo.
Brilliant. Brilliant. And yes. So, yeah, he didn't do a melee attack this time, right?
He did
That's
not.
correct. Strong and wrong.
No.
Strong and wrong. We do
He's
appreciate
only
it.
done
Strong
one
and wrong.
melee attack so far in the 20 whatever episodes. Yeah.
Wow. Cool. I also kind of went bold. I wrote bold predictions. I was strong and wrong with this one. I was predicting an eye crash out. I was
Oh, that he
predicting
would get
an eye
angry,
that
yeah.
character, not the me crash out. That he would either shout or get visibly frustrated or at someone or angry at someone or something. I was predicting an eye crash out. I did not get my eye crash out.
Well, did you though?
Did
He
we-
got a
did
little
we?
mad that they were fighting.
he got a little mad that they
What, in
that
27?
they yes
Mm-hmm.
he got a little mad that they didn't think themselves was justified in his actions.
They had the friggin', like, you know, like a bit of a theology debate.
Mhm.
Which, like, I gotta be honest, yeah, I'm on kind of like I's side of this one. I'm
So-
on I's side of this one.
Maybe slightly greasy, Harry, but
Yeah, because I mean, like, the essence is like I doing something that is like out of what his normal character like has sort of been established to be, and this one's like him putting his foot out, being like, nah, I'm pushing back against this. I'm resisting what you're putting here. Like, I'm not going with what the group's thinking. You guys are wrong.
yep.
Wait, hesitant grease, 1 tablespoon of grease, I think.
Okay. Good.
Thank you, Zach D Films. And Shan,
right.
your prediction was that
So-
surely.
Are you anything about drowning?
It literally says nothing about drowning. It doesn't say anything about how to actually kill when it's polymorph, just that it goes back to.
Yep.
But I then went to the back, to the index, to see about drowning or status afflictions. Nothing. No drown. Just drow.
Yep.
Do you
drown
know
without the N.
suffocating? Maybe
Let's see if that's in here.
Do you know about suffocating? Do you
I mean,
know suffocating?
do
This is
you
a-
know
That's
Lahi?
such a threatening sentence.
Not
suffocating?
Not meant like that. I'm not suffocating anyone.
376 has suffocation.
Suffocation. Good. Good.
So let me
Good to know.
see. 376.
While you do that, Shan.
A creature can hold its breath for if a creature runs out of breath or it gains one.
So Shan, your prediction
yeah.
was that surely Radian and Dolly must deal with their issues. Someone is quote unquote like wrong in
yeah,
brackets.
like
Either
themselves or
is
the
wrong,
kobolds
the
are
dead,
wrong, or they're dead. But
Um,
also, Holly introduced another thought
mhm.
in Action Surge about like why the tunnels are so funky, because my thinking, the reason I'm only saying this to explain my prediction. So my thinking was the reason why all the creatures were all kooky and attacking could possibly be in part because like maybe the blight got to themself, or something has gone wrong and themself is wrong. Like, why haven't we seen any kobolds? Don't know. Maybe they are wrong. But then Holly also brought up her theory, which is that the blight is seeping into the tunnels and affecting the magic that themselves used to build all of it. So that's why I said what I did. At the time, I was thinking maybe something's wrong with themselves, but now maybe it's just there's something wrong with the magic. So,
I
and
think,
also maybe
yeah.
all them bolds are dead. But
Well,
I mean,
they could also be all in the old dark.
Well,
like
something
all
that-
the other
dark.
portal.
They're over in the
Something that came
farm.
across my mind while listening to 27, which I partly did on the plane home, was what if there are no other kobolds?
I was the
They've
only
been dead
kobold.
for ages.
Yeah. Oh, that would be good. That would be.
But
a
then
good
how long
twist.
has I been out and about?
Well, what if I has those memories not because he's special?
Reborn
What
I.
if eyes are reborn? Yes.
I is reborn.
I is a reborn.
Oh man, now I've started it.
Everyone is reborn.
No, see, I'm just proud that I got it right before Harry. I am just so proud that
I
I
was
We
said
said it
it
at the same
No.
time.
right before
We
Harry.
said it at the same time.
No,
But
we
at the
did it.
same time, we just know that he got abandoned, didn't he?
Yeah, he
So,
said he was abandoned.
Well, that's what he remembers.
What he
But if he got
remembers.
abandoned ages ago and he
Yeah.
has been in stasis
In
on
a
another
magic
plane in a place where time is different, whatever,
Yeah.
during that period, and he comes back and Parvis has been away from all the other kobolds, etc. We have never seen another kobold anywhere,
Yeah.
right? There
Maybe
have
he's
been
the
no
father's
other
father.
kobolds, not one.
It is
Right?
suspicious.
That is
Like-
incredible. So going to your theory of things being wrong, Shan?
That's everything's wrong in that
Yep.
instance.
It's weird you can have like one of the home hearth, which I just think was like a fun like home the home hearths, like home is where the hearth is, and like the whole like the explorations of the little mini kobold culture and saying like here's where they literally are, like that was fun, but also one of them being like big field of meadows, and I'm gonna be real being like people can find that.
Yeah.
That one bit more obvious. How they not get seen? I mean, they're just good at
Yep.
hiding. They just roll good stealth checks. It's all good.
Yeah,
all good.
Maybe
they're
they just-
They cast
sneaky.
pass without trace. You're good.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I think we all kind of, because like apart from the Incredible Grease, outside of Incredible Grease, I don't think we really. Yeah, Radiant Dolly didn't deal with their issues.
I mean,
don't
there
think.
was a wine mention.
There was a mine mention, but that's it, and that's fine. I'll just
Mine
lose
was
again.
mentioned.
It's no worries. I'm a massive loser.
No. We got Grease. We got a
There's
couple
no
of Greases in there.
What are you greasing?
Because you got like a minor wit. It's like saying, like water is wet. Wait, radiant.
Well,
no,
we
sorry,
haven't
Elowin's
seen
gonna
the
mention wine.
kobolds. We haven't seen the kobolds, so
Nope.
we don't know, and we haven't seen themselves, so we don't know. Dolly and Radiant decidedly did not get over their nonsense.
Definitely not.
I mean, like, it wasn't as bad, but Radiant thought about stealing the knife again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He sure did. He
And I
sure
mean,
did.
There's some, and I mean, there were some interesting Ben thoughts again during that action surge about Dolly and Radiant, but like, they clearly did not get over their issues. And then there was no drinking of wine. It was just thought about.
There was no drinking of wine. Yeah. The two of them are gonna have. I mean, I think it's gonna come down to just kind of thinking about the dynamics of the table.
Yeah.
Whatever reconciliation happens there, I think is gonna have to come from Aoife.
Yeah.
She's gonna have to decide that Dolly wants
Technically,
to.
Radiant did nothing wrong. He's reacting to.
He's reacting
was
to
doing.
he's reacting to a betrayal.
A betrayal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then also finding out that she still has the stones was another layer to that. Like how much like
Yeah.
are you still being honest with us? Like it's not only just a betrayal, but now he's worrying that they still can't trust her.
Well, and he's
Yeah.
remembering the past betrayal and its accumulation of bad
Yeah.
deeds and all this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So
like he's not perfect. His reactions are obviously terrible, and
Yeah.
he's lashing out at I and everything else. But
Yeah.
Dolly's the one who did something wrong. So yeah, it has to come from.
And
I think it has to come from Aoife / Dolly.
she's the one who requested the audience, no?
Yeah,
Is she not?
I think so.
I think so.
So, yeah, I mean, she's going to have to decide whether she wants to just kind of let sleeping dogs lie or whether she wants to push that reconciliation.
Because
Right.
like the way she took that whole conversation went crazy too. Because it was like the second Radiant rose, like his heckles went up, and he started like she didn't really. She kind of doubled down, and it's kind of like wacky and wild to me to this day that it has gotten like this, because like Dolly just keeps doubling down. Like, girl, I'm sorry, that's kind of crazy behavior, because like I can understand why he's acting like that. What's going on with you? Like, why she's essentially now taking her stuff out on him, but it makes less sense for her to do that. And then she took it out on Kel too.
She definitely does. It does make less sense.
It makes like it. That's why for me it feels
But
like it has to
she's
come from
also
her.
both her and Radian. We essentially know nothing about them, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, Radiant by force and Dolly by
and
choice.
her by choice, right? So
Except for him killing his parents. That was a choice. He kept
That-
that like, but he was like clearly like he came out and said like I was also abused. So like you don't want to, and I said this before, you don't necessarily want to tell somebody that you killed your parents, because sometimes, especially if it's in self-defense or because of abuse, people might not believe you. And so like like him feeling like he needed to tell her, yeah, my mom tortured me essentially. My mom like hypnotic gazed me all the time to shut me up. And like when I was asked to kill them, I did it. Like sometimes that's not an acceptable answer. Like again, there's not always a good excuse. And so like I can understand him getting real defensive about that because he doesn't know how she's going to react to him saying, "Yeah, I killed my parents." Like cuz how do you respond? But then he was like, "Yeah, I was abused." And it's like Dolly just doubled down on an abuse victim.
It's I mean, that whole thing was also, and I think you got to cast it also in the guise of the fact that it's off the cuff, right?
Oh yeah, it was.
So
totally,
you don't know how the other person's necessarily going to react to anything you say, right?
Yeah.
And you don't want you want that moment to be as real as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're also acting there, right? So it's difficult.
That's crazy.
And like that's a super nuanced conversation, right?
Yeah.
That could easily go on for many minutes, right? Look at how long we've been discussing stuff here. It's 2 hours or it's over 3 hours now we've been here together, right?
Dang.
And if you think about the conversation that they should have had, right? And the depth of the topics that they're potentially talking about, that's easily a multi-tens of minutes conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have that time to have that exposition, right?
Yeah.
So how it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with it going forward here, and this is probably where like them being apart, physically the cast being apart for quite a while here, and then finally coming back together. Hopefully they'll get an opportunity to kind of resolve some of these things and have a chance to talk about, okay, so how do we feel about this? Do we think the tension is a good thing? In which case, let's ride the tension for 2-3 episodes, right? But at some point, the tension's going to get old, right? It's kind of the bickering siblings thing. Okay, well, it's the bickering siblings, fine, right? It's no worse than that, right? But Harry, you had your bowling shirt.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm so glad he still freaking has it. And a plot relevant episode.
It
What
was
am
a
I
plot
saying?
relevant episode.
It was a
What am I
plot-relevant
saying?
episode.
It is Alex's
So
shirt.
it's
I'll
proving
guide you.
that your point is not untrue, but also not necessarily true.
Partially
What?
true.
Partially true. Because
Yeah,
we had a
yes.
plot relevant episode and he didn't wear it, and you were like, it's so Jover.
No.
And now we're so back.
Now we
So-
did
so
have a
here's the
plot
thing.
relevant episode.
The rule
Yeah.
is that like plot relevance is not tied directly to Alex's shirt.
Oh,
Like
okay.
it's not, it's just confirmation that an episode will be super plot. Like you'll get some
Okay.
super like big lore bombs on an episode.
Right.
Alex wears a bomb. Wears like the bowling.
Where's
shirt.
the bowling shirt? Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
and
Well,
we
we'll
got,
see if
we-
he
we
wears
got
it for
ones. We got
either of the
them.
next 2 episodes.
28 and 29. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if he wears
He-
it.
I hope.
Confirmation bias.
Confirmation
this just
bias.
Sounds like confirmation
Yeah,
bias.
I have a feeling.
Correlation does not necessarily apply
Equal
causation.
causation, yeah.
Right. I have confirmation from Mark that he did not create the dice cuck chairs.
No, Alex just brought them. They said it in the beginning of the episode.
Yeah.
Alex just like.
I
had
was just
them.
wondering whether Alex had asked Mark to make
Oh, I
him
gotcha.
the cuck chairs, but no. So I thought that it was quite interesting. There's becoming a Ben's I want to bring a bunch of random things to the table is clearly infecting the rest of the group.
That bit about them all making fun of him for packing up his bag in the 26 action surge was so funny.
Him unpacking as well. Him packing and unpacking.
Packing and unpacking.
Okay.
Yes.
Like a school kid.
Like a school
kid in year
boy.
7.
Yes.
So they're
Year
soon
7
going to
energy.
all have stuff around, and
Yes.
Aoife and Holly are just going to lose their absolute minds.
Who added the Spider Queen?
Oh, I didn't, but we should talk about their fears.
Yeah, we got insight to everyone's fears, which was pretty fun.
Spider
Everyone's
Queen is
fears were
relevant.
very much.
They
like, everyone
were-
apart from Dolly's were all very much like focused around
What did you think
Then-
about the fears,
the
Kari?
group.
Yeah, before I say anything.
I mean, who would not be scared of? Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah,
I think the number of them that were afraid of the entire group and them being the last one alive
Yeah.
does tell you something about the general thinking of the
Yeah, I really like them pointing that out in the action surge, like who had what specific kind of fears. Like, Radiant and Dolly were afraid of the ones being the herders.
Yep.
The ones who
afraid of
herd.
themselves, right?
Yeah, afraid of themselves. And then Kel was afraid of being the last one standing.
Yeah.
Holly explained that her fear specifically was of failing them, a fear of failure, and that by extension failing them. And then I's biggest fear is of them. And that's wild. But it makes sense. It makes so much sense. Like, because I just wants to find his original tribe, and while he accepts these guys, unfortunately, as his new tribe, like, there's still the concern that these guys figure, like, but it brings a point to what I said earlier that Holly said, her fear of, like, I leaving to go back to the kobolds. You could take this fear literally and figuratively. Like, him, like, them, standing atop a body of, pile of dead kobolds, like, them killing his family literally, or them, like, becoming more important than his family.
I think the only wrinkle with that is that Alex wasn't there during the action surge.
Yeah,
and
we're
I'm
never
not
gonna know.
I'm not sure that's what he meant.
No.
My
No, but it is interesting. I just think it's interesting.
It is 100% interesting.
I don't think, but we won't know what he meant by it because
I
he
don't
wasn't
think
there.
he'll. The other third interpretation, which I think Harry even mentioned, was
Yeah.
that it's their bodies that are on the top.
Yeah. So
Right.
we don't know.
And that's just.
I thought he said standing. In my
Yeah,
notes, I wrote that he said
remember
standing.
they said standing.
Yeah, but they couldn't ask
Them
Alex, which is
standing
why
on top.
Harry said that. Why they all talked about that.
Yeah.
Because
And I didn't
Alex
go
wasn't
back
there
and
to
listen
remind
to
him.
to exactly
That's
that
why I
section.
take notes. But yeah, he specifically said them standing atop the pile.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Which obviously, like, the other interpretation of the table is not invalid, but Alex wasn't there to remind them what he said. Which, again, is unfortunate that we didn't get some, like, breakdown from Alex about what I was thinking.
What
in
I
that
was
moment.
thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I is scared of Radiant throwing in a chromatic orb and rolling doubles multiple times.
Yeah.
So far, he's only been able to use that ricochet feature of it, like, once, I think.
Yeah, once in the Dream of
I mean,
the
he's had
Dragonborn
so many
episode still.
opportunities to use it in other situations where he has chosen not to do so. But
Yeah.
while Shan was away, we were talking about the fact that it's so hard to balance for this group because on one day they play incredibly optimally. And on the next day, it's like they are school children
Doug's being
playing.
a panther. Doug
Yep.
is a panther.
Duck's being a panther, and
Yeah. Or Doug not knowing how to get down off a tower.
yep.
Yeah.
But Doug was on point this episode.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I did
Doug
remember
factor.
something that happened that had to do with I was looking over my notes before we start talking about this episode in earnest.
Yep.
And I saw something. So I just have to remember to mention it later because I don't think it's relevant yet. But later.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
I liked Parvis suggesting that they follow the warmth and not the cold because kobolds like the warmth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought that was very cute. Sometimes Harry does something as an NPC that's very cute. And I thought that was very cute.
Well, it was like them starting the episode off with you and Hank trying to out-cute each other,
Yeah.
basically, right?
Very
I haven't seen any art yet of that situation.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're still waiting.
we're still waiting, but if there is some, I look forward to it.
Yeah.
I wrote down as well at Kelness perception check with you smell period.
Yeah.
Because then people kept talking and that just stood there for a while. You smell.
You smell. Yep.
You smell.
Yep.
But yeah, then
I also liked I talked to Hank telepathically or whatever. Made me laugh so hard. And then Harry just being like, you can't talk to him telepathically. But it was the way Doug was just like, telepathically or whatever. Like, it was just so funny how he, like, off the cuff was just like,
Yep.
telepathically or whatever. And Harry just being like, no, you
That's not
can't
how it
No, you
do
can't.
that.
No, you can't.
You can't do that.
he's not a pseudo dragon.
No. And he kind of intersecting this with Harry's decision to do another one of his famous now combat / non-combat encounters
Yeah.
and extra mechanics.
It was very
a
cool.
It was cool, and it was a nice intersection of status effects as well. So there was the
Yeah.
like actually the fact that Kelness cannot communicate with Hank telepathically and actually has to speak and was paralyzed,
Yeah.
right? Had a
Echo's gun.
meaningful effect on the combat, right?
Foreshadowing. We love it.
So very cool there. Of course, we had some early deck use, and that was discussed in depth during the action surge.
Which, in my notes, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think it was one of those things where, like, I had been in the middle of something and I wrote the note down. This is the thing I said, like, I would loop back to. Did Radiant not use that to help Dolly?
Yes, he did.
She was the target, and he used. So.
He
no
pretty much
grease.
always
I'm-
does.
Yeah, but I'm
Yep.
not saying no grease, but I think that has to mean that they've got to talk, because like he risked Erastus again to save Dolly. I
Yep.
think that's a pretty big deal. Like,
Yeah,
they're
that
fighting.
is.
He thought about
Fine.
stealing her knife, and yet when the time came, he stepped up and saved her.
Yeah.
Like, I think, and Niven was very cool.
Oh yes. He was.
Niven,
Wow.
very cool. Like, I wrote down everything Harry said about Niven, the notes that Johnny gave him. But
Yeah,
I
and he even made the character more OP, or he made the deck,
The
the
thing more
card
OP,
draw more
yeah.
OP than it was even
that it was
originally.
supposed to be, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I thought was really cool mechanically. But yeah, like, so I'm not giving grease to my answer, because obviously what I said still didn't happen. But like, that's why I was sitting here like there was something that I was forgetting. It was the fact that Radiant risked Erastus again because Dolly was in grave
Was
danger.
in danger. Yep.
Grave
Yeah.
danger.
Yeah.
I mean, there were literally a dice roll between Niven and Erastus
Yeah.
going, and that was a battle of its own.
Yeah, and well, I love that it was in the tower. The dice tower too.
Yep.
For once the dice tower benefited them. Just
It
kidding.
benefited them.
But
for sure.
I just also really liked Radiant finally stopping to talk to one of them. Just like
Oh, to ask them
that
questions.
conversation.
Yeah.
What does
Yeah.
Erastus want? What everyone wants, freedom. Is that what happens when you're done? That's my hope. And that's all he got. Like, that's crazy.
Does give the implication that they're trapped in this.
Yes.
Right. And well, here's what I wrote, right? I wrote, this is literally wrote, okay, so Erastus either, and then underneath, wants to be used so he can be free, or thinking back to what happened last time when he was sucking up Radiant's soul or whatever, wants Radiant's body so he can be free. Two things could be true. We'll find out one day, maybe, because they keep saying we're gonna have to deal with Erastus eventually.
Yep.
Yeah.
Harry has already said that the DC of that check will increase as
it goes,
the
yep.
cards get drawn. So, yeah.
Erastus is going to
Um,
fight.
I did think the discussion around that this isn't a I win button was good. It was nice for Holly to bring that up and to kind of discuss the like this is a big mechanic for them, right? And to be able to use the deck in such a way to just change the sort of direction or add an extra dynamic to the combat or add an extra series of mechanics to the combat rather than just be like, oh, well, I don't like this roll, so I'm going to pull it from the deck now and then I get a chance that it will go in my favor now, right? Is an interesting thing for them to have learned, right?
Yeah. And I like, I agreed with your earlier point that I like how he adapted it because they clearly weren't doing what it could be used for. So Harry was like, fine. How many turns? Roll a dice. Tell me how many turns you get. Yeah.
Having to do it right away while they're all relatively topped up already would have just kind of, nullified the significance of it for sure.
There's just a lot of cool stuff in that conversation.
Definitely.
And like, what if one of them had been taken by what's their name, or, the cards having no idea what's going on, or Ben saying that essentially having the cards gives them more confidence to have more fun. And my favorite quote was Ben saying that Radian considers Gracie the consequence of Dolly choosing to save him. And so, which adds another wrinkle to
the dynamic between the two of them.
Their dynamic, like and also because he wants to die. Now we know he wants to die. But like not knowing that he wanted to die then, or like maybe Ben hadn't decided yet, and this adds another layer to everything. Like, he was upset that Gracie didn't kill him. He's upset that Dolly saved him and thus causing Gracie to be an imminent threat. Like, it's just a lot of cool stuff going on in that action surge about that
100%.
card. But Niven was the coolest card, and I really liked the notes that Johnny gave Harry. I thought they were really interesting. Really interesting.
And we not 100% know what Erastus will do if he actually appears.
We do.
We do?
We do know.
Eat.
He will raise from the dead anything that is dead in the current vicinity. This was discussed during the action surge of the episode with Iago, I believe.
I might not have seen. I don't see all of them because not always time to watch.
Not always the time to watch, but yes, Harry did say what that would happen. Yes, and I don't know actually though whether. And here is a question. I don't know if on the fandom where you can now find all the cards that have yet been drawn. No. Holly did not put the mechanic that was discussed into the fandom. So she put to be confirmed for Erastus. But I'm pretty sure Harry did say that all of the dead things would be raised because they were saying there were all these dead things underneath the floor in the tavern, right? And then if that
they started to shake and stuff when Erastus got pulled.
When he got pulled, so yeah. I mean, it'll be really interesting because even Harry did say that it would have been interesting should Erastus have been pulled here. And my impression is that implication would have been something undead would have risen out of the water and potentially fought for them in the battle, which would have been cool as well, nonetheless. Right. So cool, guys.
Oxventure friggin' civil war going on
swap.
here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Um,
And I did think it was interesting that right after Doug was on Oxventure is when he was on
Yeah.
point. So
Yeah.
good for him for broadening his horizons a little bit and having some
Mike-
different mechanics and
Mike absorbed all the inability to understand 5e from Doug in that moment. Like Chanel.
yeah.
Wait, Mike shaking hands with Doug, both playing like Golden Dragonborn, both playing Golden Dragonborn, who are sort of notorious for having like some moments where they're either excellent or completely biff it on mechanics.
Yeah.
Yep.
The goofy quotes that I wrote down for the episode, other than telepathically or whatever, we got. I can't fully quote this, but I did laugh. Gex effed took me out. Hank is kind of hot was another one.
Yeah.
Stone the toads and no more frogs.
Yep.
Stomp on that thing was a good one.
Stomp on that thing. It was how
Please
he
don't.
said it.
And
So dramatically.
bring up the gentleman's rear was very silly as well. So just some very interesting episode. Lots of interesting little notes. Oh, and Harry mentioned in Action Surge as well that Ben rolling 2 nat 20s allowed him to share some slivers of information he has sat on since episode 0. So he
Aw.
was very excited about that, which means there's some very exciting stuff still to learn from Radian /
Yep.
the war. Because I'm not guaranteed, I'm not confident that 100% of it is just about Radian, because the thing was about the war. So
The
like there's
Divine War.
there's other stuff to talk about, like the creatures from the Shadowfell and creatures from the Feywild, not necessarily just whatever the heck is going on with that funky little wizard, you know?
Definitely.
Funky little wizard.
Right. Anything else on 26 and 27?
Look, I feel like we have to free you from this prison. You specifically. This prison of episode discussion. There was just so much to discuss.
There was, yep.
Because we
I mean, we could probably
haven't-
spend another
no.
hour on it, but we won't.
Yeah, no,
Um,
probably not a good idea.
we should get to 28 here, do some predictions, and then start to think about wrapping things up.
Yes.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
It is now 1 a.m. plus for Kari and Harry.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, 28.
28. I can lead on
Predictions.
prediction because I've written mine down already.
Oh, okay.
So
Thank you very much, Harry.
my prediction
for
this time, next episode, for 28, I believe that a being will provide some form of lore to a being provides some form of lore to Radiant, specifically like a being of some kind, whether that be themselves, probably not themselves. I don't think we'll be seeing themselves, but I'm not writing that down yet. Could be a character of some kind, a being, walks over to Radiant and Fudging points at him and gives him some cursed knowledge that he didn't want to receive. And also, side point, the second clause is if there's any time for Dolly lore explosion, it's now. There you go. There's my two. There's
right.
my two. Lock it in.
Shan?
I mean, I feel like I've kind of hinted at it. And I know I've had the same prediction, but I feel like surely Dolly and Radiant have to have a conversation. Surely, like, please God.
There's a heart-to-heart coming.
Like, maybe not even a heart-to-heart, just like a conversation, because he saved her life again after implying that he wanted to kill her several times over the last 2 to 3 episodes. And I think, like, at this point, we need to either come to an impasse or, like, just to have a conversation, get over it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
I put surely now more than anything else, Dolly and Radiant will have a reconciliation conversation / an intervention.
I'm gonna be really upset if my previous predictions for the bolds end up being true or close to true because I made them for episodes in which they were still in the tunnel, secret tunnel. So like, I feel like I kind of want to. I'm hesitant to make, because it's me making the same ones over and over. You know what I mean? Because I've been waiting for us to get out of the tunnel.
Yep. Yep.
So I'm just gonna I'm gonna leave it at that, and we'll see if any of my previous predictions about
Come
the
true.
kobolds come true. So I'll just hold on to my old ones essentially.
Yeah,
All right.
your old predictions, you're allowed to like have those. Those would be kind of like good and zesty.
Well, it's because
These
I
ones
thought
are, like,
surely we wouldn't be still in the tunnels. You know what I mean? Like if
That
only
it
we
would
were in
take
the
us
tunnels for forever.
two full episodes to get
and
through.
then
Yeah.
Frog.
So
right.
Forgot about Frog.
yeah, and frog. See previous
See previous
episode
episodes.
predictions.
All right, I
There you
will
go.
be quick, and Kari can have the enviable position of going last. I don't think we're gonna see a kobold in the next episode.
That's a good one. I think you should stick with that because you said that earlier. It's a good one.
Clarification has to be a different kobold.
a
other
different
than Pineapple.
kobold than I or Parvis. Yes.
Well,
No
yeah,
new
obviously
kobolds
I
are
wasn't
introduced.
counting them.
No
I
new
wasn't...
kobolds are introduced. Yes.
Listen, if anybody counts them, they're trying to be rude, okay? Because we all know they don't count. Because we've seen them.
Yeah.
They don't count.
All right, Kari.
Okay, wild prediction is...
Wild prediction. Excellent.
Yeah.
We like those.
We love it. We go strong.
They-
Go
we
strong.
They meet themselves, but themselves actually is a red dragon.
Wow.
Radiant will ask themselves about the deck of many friends, of if they know something about it, because
reason.
he
Good time.
literally just had like with the freedom, and that everyone in this deck wants freedom from what exactly, like imprisonment whatsoever. And I think Radiant will try actively to find out what the cards are as such, if he has the chance to talk to someone
Himself.
like themselves.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity. You're talking to a god. You might as well ask them
Exactly.
what the heck are these goofy cards that are screaming in my
and
dreams?
why do I have them? Yes.
Yeah.
And Radiant and Dolly will talk. I cannot promise if
there will
lead
be
to
reconciliation or
anything.
not.
I just
But they
need them
will
to talk.
talk.
I'm so tired, you know.
I
I'm just
think
not
that
tired,
Dolly
but,
will
you know.
thank him. I think
They
that
will
Dolly will
talk.
come to him and thank him for saving her.
For saving her.
For
Yeah.
risking. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're risking a lot by pulling a card at this point. So
Mhm.
Yep.
So that's
Um,
my...
Okay, Kari. Why red dragon? Because to me to me a red dragon means a very specific set of things, but go for it.
Because in most basic Dungeons and Dragons, most red dragons have in their horde kobolds as their servants.
I knew this actually. I knew.
Yeah.
This. I
And
knew
so
something
that is
for
my
once.
that is my theory, because of basic, and we know that even that Harry invented his own world and made things himself, that it still has this feeling of basic and classic D&D in a way where I think this would actually make sense. But I might be entirely wrong.
That's the beauty of this. That's why predictions are so hard for me.
Yep.
I hate being wrong. Just kidding.
I think that's very interesting. The only thing I'll throw in there, which maybe makes your prediction even the more interesting, is that a red dragon is classically chaotic evil. So
The one good red dragon in the world.
Or not.
Or not. Yeah, they could be crazy. They
Doing
could
a
be
little
evil.
troll.
There are neutral evil dragons though. Chazar, for example, the red aspect of Tiamat is neutral.
Neutral. Yeah. So we will see. I think it'll be very interesting.
Is that one of the Tiamats you're going to throw at the player who rolls an 80?
No, I don't have Chazar. I have just the full Tiamat. They get the entire
Okay.
package. All
Got
or
it.
nothing.
Very good. All right. I believe, guys,
It is time.
it is that time.
We don't have the spoliers. They don't have to be on there.
The spoliers can be removed.
Boss, and it's time to do the thing.
It is time to do the thing.
I don't have a mop, but I have an IKEA
it's mop up
rat.
time.
Okay, IKEA rat, go off.
I
have
come
the
with me.
IKEA rat. I
Chaz,
think.
Chaz is the one who does the rat memes.
Yeah.
right?
Wait, what if
Hello,
I held
Chaz.
this up? What if I held this up?
Ooh, that's good. That's good, Shan.
Which
Kari-
Holly said they would sign if I brought it. She said that I was correct in my guess as to why they said what they said, but she was like they would not deny me this. So
I was saying to Kari that I might try and bring mine to MCM, but I'm
chaos demons.
I feel like just getting like Harry to sign it would be
would be
also
enough.
be enough. So I might think about it, but I think Carrie's mop is like
it's incredible, by the way.
Overkill.
It looks like a
it's a
Swiffer
mop.
wet jet.
it's a
It is
It's
a
a-
Belita.
Well, I
It's a
mean, yeah,
goat.
you probably have a different
Oh.
brand than we have.
Yeah.
I've got a
But
pack
it's a
of 10.
steam cleaner.
steam
Ooh.
cleaner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Steam clean.
Do we have anything for the mop up, guys?
I got a pack of 10 like really.
You got a
lovely
pack of
hand towels
tenants.
from IKEA for like £2. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna have to
Ah.
look for the IKEA rat next time I go.
Mhm.
I want an
Excellent.
IKEA rat. I have a Blaha.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything for mop up.
No, I don't think so either.
Any other business, basically.
We gotta roll them poles.
Yeah. So are we doing
Should I
two?
roll it in the?
Yeah, we're doing double.
We're doing double.
Should I
roll
roll
Okay.
it in the
already.
tower?
Get
I'll
your-
mute myself
Yes.
if you want.
Yes, you should. Yes,
Get
you gotta.
your. You can
It's kind of loud.
for the audio listeners.
Maybe. Do you want?
It's,
Do you want me to
it's
put
fun
one
for-
dice
no,
in
no,
and
no,
see?
We need the ASMR because I'm
Sure.
not rolling
Try.
physically today. So
Alright.
Didn't I do it in the tower last time? Was it
You
really
might
loud?
have,
did.
but I don't know
You
if you
did.
if you could hear it on your microphone.
This is fun. No, the audio listeners gonna love this. Wow, that's quite loud. but
It was
cool.
quite
Yeah.
loud, but I
The
think it
audio listeners
was
are gonna love that.
Do you want to turn me
sufficient
down?
ASMR. I think it was
Do you want to
sufficient.
turn me
No,
down
I think
while
it was
I
sufficient.
roll?
Was that just one?
No, that was all 7.
I think it was very ASMR.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
which
do
is
it
fine.
again because I accidentally picked them up.
Oh my gosh.
Watch your ears, listeners, for roll number 1. Okay.
Ace.
Ooh, it's bad. It's so bad. Oh no. Wait, I'm
feeling
missing
very
2. Where did they
strong
go?
About my first one.
Hold on.
All right, so
Where's
We're
the
gonna do
other
the first
2?
one and then declare them right for 26.
I
yeah.
did
Dang,
not get a
I've
9 on
lost
my
some
D6,
dice.
although I did get a 6 on my D6.
Okay, wait, it's not as
Congrats.
bad. The other 2 flew out of the back, which happens sometimes when you put all 7 in.
Oh yeah,
So,
because they
let me put them
bash against
down.
each other, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and they push them out the eyes and the back, so,
So,
I'll just add
18.
them. Let me take a picture. Oh wait, I can just put mine in. Guys, I can just put ours in.
40,
Andrew gave me
90.
access to the Roly Polies. So if you tell me what you got and write it in the document, I'll upload it for you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sounds cool.
All right, let me do my
So-
math now.
All right.
For 26. Let's do the maths. And then we'll roll it again for 27.
96 for me.
Oh.
Harry,
Mine's
you
still
got
bad.
how many?
I
20?
got
26? You said?
no. For episode 26.
So put
Yep.
26
For your
first, then.
for your first roll.
So
Yep.
here, hold on. Hold on. Nobody move.
I'm not
Stop,
moving. I'm
stop.
just waiting to declare my score. I'm not doing
Okay.
anything.
I think mine's just lagging, is what it is, because it looked like somebody else was typing at the same time.
And you want 26 up here, yeah?
Yes. There we go. I
And then
saw
you
him
want-
typing our names, and I was like, this is not going to work.
I
Well, we
got
could just put
135.
My name 96, comma whatever, and we'll know that they're 26 and
guess.
27. But we can do it either way.
Whatever. I just have to
Shan
put it up.
and Kari.
I
Good.
have 93.
Oh,
Ooh, that's good.
this is a high
Let me
episode.
redo my
Holy
math here and
fudge.
make sure I'm not crazy.
Yeah,
'cause
I got
mine's not good.
135. I rolled a 95 on the D100. Then, like, you do that. Oh my god, it's Jova.
You got 135. Wow, that's good, Harry.
Yeah.
That's very close to the max roll.
I got 65.
And what did you say you got, Kari?
93.
93.
I lost.
was my
93 for
first roll.
26. And Shan?
65.
65. All right.
With the funny thing that my favorite number, the 18, was on the D20.
Oh,
Mm.
excellent. All right.
All right.
Rolling for 27 now.
Okay. Oh dear.
Watch your ears.
Ooh. That's
we'll see how this one
that's
turns
a
out.
rough way to get to have a 100.
That's a rough way to
Wow.
get to 100. Is such like a that's
Well, it's just I rolled 000, so 00, so I've got 100,
Wow. Mm-hmm.
but
oh my gosh.
it's 101, 102, 107,
Oh my gosh.
108, 114.
I got betrayed by the D100. I got a 9 on the D100 this time. I got a 58.
Yeah. 114.
It's over. Betrayed.
I was betrayed by the percentile dice as well.
Yeah.
I got a total of 35. Because I have a 00 on the percentile,
Yeah.
but a 8 on the D10.
You're the 10.
So I literally lost a lot of numbers there.
But so even though I got the 100 clean, Kari, 3 of my other dice were ones,
That sucks. That's
including
sad.
the D20.
Oh wow!
Oh, horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the D12 is an 8, the D10 is an 8, the D20 is a 4, so that are 20 together. Then I have a 6 on the D6
Yeah.
and a 4 on the D4. That is another 10, so 30, and then on the D8 I have 5.
Yeah, I got a 9 on the D100, 4 on the D4, 6 on the D6, 6 on the D8, 8 on the D10, 10 on the D12, 15 on the D20. Betrayed. Betrayed by that one dice.
Yep.
How's it going for you, Shan?
Better. So I got a 70 on the D100,
Nice.
Good
a
start.
4 on the D4. Sorry, I'm always trying to remind myself which dice is which, so be patient with me. 4 on the D4, a 3 on the D8, 5 on the D10, 6 on the D6, 1 on the D12, and a 15 on the D20 for a total of 104.
Nice.
Excellent, Chad. Excellent.
If I'm doing
So
my math
close.
right, which I think I am.
A tale of two rolls.
The
Sounds right
percentile
to me.
dice always throws me off. I know I can add it if it's not a 00, so
Yep.
but like ever since that one guy was like, you're doing it wrong, I get so my confidence is so
Aw.
shaken.
You always can ask. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
But I'll add those to the
The problem is there's contention
Roly.
on doing it correctly, right?
I know, I know that.
Because it's not really it's not like a thing that everybody does.
No, yeah.
Right.
But I'll
Cool.
have to ask Andrew if he had a separate one for the podcast, or if I don't think he does because we're typically just doing it for the episodes. So, but I'll add us to the I'll add everybody's numbers to the docs.
Yeah, I don't know if we've been writing. Have you been writing the numbers in all the documents? I honestly haven't.
I haven't. I wrote mine. I went back and listened to mine to get them. So if you guys want me to do that or you want to do that, feel free to let me know, and then I'll just do whichever, and I'll put us all in the. And I'll
Cool.
upload Kari's, obviously. Myself, I'll do that too.
Excellent.
Yes. That's why
Right.
he gave me the
Fabulous.
power. Well, he gave me the power for PAX, but he also told me I can like handle my own business if I want.
Is he? I thought he was going to PAX.
He was. He posted in the server a bit ago. I won't. Because we're on the podcast, I won't say specifics, but stuff came up.
Understood.
And so yeah. So for the podcast listeners, stuff came up. Obviously, I can tell you later. But he is now no longer able to go. But he is planning to go to MCM because he offered to pick me up merch. So
Excellent.
he is still planning to do MCM.
I look forward to seeing Andrew at
Cool dude.
MCM. Very nice guy.
Yeah.
Very nice guy.
But yeah, he gave me access to the for a bunch of reasons really, but specifically so I could run the PAX Roly Poly since he won't be here.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Good. We will have a guest next time. Which will be great.
Brilliant.
But if you have not put your
I just remembered. I'm
D20s
pulling it out
away.
right now. I just remembered.
it is now time
Oh,
to
fudge.
roll your d20s for initiative for who gets and
Watch your
you,
ears.
you can use that lovely liquid gargantuan d20 that you have. Kari.
D20
I'd like to see that
in the
again.
tower.
D20 in the tower that went halfway across the floor.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
I
with a
I
nat-
ran
it was a
away
natural
because it was a
20.
D20.
Uh-huh.
It was an
Nice.
20.
I had to pull a Benjamin and like walk away for a second.
There you go, Kari.
I
Oh, wow.
rolled on my big one an 18 as well.
I got an 18 as well.
I took
All right,
a picture
roll
of
off,
it in the
roll
tower.
off then, Kari. Roll off. Ready?
I'm sitting in
Okay.
my 12. I'm happy going last.
13.
19.
I'm
You
posting
can,
this on
you
the
can go.
Discord
You can go
server.
before me.
Okay. Well, it seems like Shan's going first.
Shan's
Shout
going
I
out.
know
first.
I am. Shoutouts.
Go, Shan.
Okay. Shout out to everybody at the watch party. Thank you for being so patient with me, and helping me out so that I could run the watch party effectively. And so now we know that Shannon can be a possible alternate in the future if we ever have any issues. Shout out to Holly, who I'm very excited to meet in person. I think I'm most excited to meet Holly. Like, it's crazy because a few months ago I wouldn't have said that. It would have been Harry, but Harry's still high up there. I'm just like, I've talked to Holly so much now that I'm very excited to meet Holly. Most excited, Holly, tiny Holly and her tiny family. Shout out to, there was something else I was really excited about, and I'm trying to remember what it was so I could shout it out, but I can't recall now. Shout out to Pat for my dice bag, my Go Birds dice bag, and my tiny little you. Shout out to, goodness gracious. Not sure. Shout out, you know what, since I talked about my mom, shout out to the good old doctors and nurses at the University of Pennsylvania Hospital in Philadelphia. MVPs all around. Great people, really patient with us, really patient with my mom because she was ornery. She doesn't like being still, and she hated it, even though she had brain damage. What else? You know, whatever. I can't remember any other good thoughts
all
I
good.
had, but yeah.
I believe you are next, Kari.
Shout out to you guys for having me. Shout out for you again for every time streaming it for us in the Discord and for just being so great. Shout out to Harry for ironing his shirt and making it an actual poll every time.
Every time, and nobody got it right the last time. I was really sad.
Aww.
No one had
And
faith.
I said you would get all.
Yeah, that he had too much faith in me.
Ah. Shout out to Shani, who literally went out of her comfort zone to stream for us last time and was so nervous that I wanted to hug her, but I couldn't because there are is like a big puddle in the way.
I wanted to do it. I'll be real. I told these guys I could do it, and they said, no, Harry's got it. And I was like, okay. So I was nervous in the moment, but I was ready to step up. I'm the dad who stepped up.
You
Excellent.
did great. And yeah, shout out
Love to see
to
it.
everyone who listens. Keep going watching Natural Six because it helps them and it helps them making more content, and that helps us.
Keep on keeping on. Yes.
And yeah, and shout out to gaming because keep gaming. How else can our ideas fly?
That's so eloquent. That's such a philosophical way to put it. Why did I say it like that?
You're doing great, Harry.
Probably because it's like 1:30 a.m.
He's doing great.
You're doing great. You've
doing
got
great,
like
Harry.
2 minutes.
You're doing amazing, sweetie.
Yeah.
You're doing amazing, Harry.
Yeah. That's like what you do for your child that's drowning in the shallow end, Shan.
I mean, that's essentially what that Kardashian girl was doing when her mom was like, "You're doing amazing, sweetie." So like, yeah.
Exactly. Right. Shout out to you guys for continuing on this crazy journey. You haven't run away yet, which is good. Wouldn't be able to do it without you. Thank you very much, Kari, for joining us. It was a pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
Hopefully we'll be able to. Hopefully we won't have scared you away, so you'll come back and join
No.
us again at some point.
Hopefully next time we won't have 2 episodes to cover and you won't be here for 4 hours.
Yep.
No worries. I enjoyed every minute.
Good. And we didn't pay her to say that.
We did.
Um,
I
But
don't
my
have
light just got
but your
went off
light
and
was
told
just
me-
like, screw this. It's 1:30 a.m. I'm going to sleep.
It gave up.
My lights have an automatic shutdown at 1:30.
At 1:30. Otherwise, I think we can pass things over to Harry to finish up.
Yeah, I'll join you in this, Kari. Don't worry.
Oh my god.
Oh, here we go. Oh, this is gonna turn really bad.
This is gonna be so bad.
What are we doing? Okay. Shout out to shout out first of all. Yeah, shout out to you guys. Shout out to everyone as always tuning in for help. Also to Doc, to Shan for all the recording of the everything. Brilliant. We love it. Shout out Shan especially for bailing me out as well. With the whole everything. Shout out to Kari as well for you do so much fudging wild creative stuff on the server as well. It's friggin' epic. Shout out to the country of Sweden as well.
As always.
Spell Collective, it's pretty awesome. Shout out to Claudio from Tekken. Shout out to John Tekken, Claudio Tekken, as we know. Shout out to him. I'll say also shout out to Games Jobs Live, which I do live streams every Thursday. Thank you to the UK games companies who keep emailing me and are happy to volunteer and help do good live streams. They're very cool. If you see that on the internet, Games Jobs Live, it helps me out if you watch the things that I do, if you're interested in game development or like the careers in general.
It was a great set of live streams, and Harry, we should put them in the description. So send me
Sure.
the
Cool.
links, and I'll definitely
Sound-
put them in. Okay.
Sounds good. And the final shout out is shout out to Ben for successfully delivering the video, because
That could have
to him
gone
what's
so wrong.
It could have gone so bad he could have forgotten. but
And
he
we
did not
have
forget.
photographic proof because there's a picture of Aoife holding the iPad with Harry literally
Harry's
on the
face on it.
screen. It was
Yep.
very funny, and I was the only one in this group chat who noticed it.
Yeah.
No, I
And
noticed as well. I just didn't want to.
Oh, okay,
acknowledge
you didn't
it.
want to point it out.
We didn't want to point it out. Yeah. And
Got it.
Harry, thank you very much for shepherding the
Yeah.
package.
I mean, yeah, and also that whole thing was the whole entire everything was kind of like your mastermind idea to kind of like sort of bring that all together. So cool work.
I actually
Doc,
forgot
as
about the
always.
champagne until they pointed it out in the action surge. I was like, oh yeah, he did that.
Shout out to
That was
IKEA.
on behalf of all of the watch party crew. So
Well, yeah, but
Um,
we didn't send you money for that, so technically that's you.
sorry.
So I'll send you two. What do you use? The pound? I'll send you two.
Yes, the
2
Great British
pounds.
Pound.
If
3 pounds.
if we meet in person at some point, Shan, you
Okay.
can buy me a beverage.
Okay,
How
I
about
can
that?
do that. I have
Okay.
money for
Hell yeah.
that. I have the money
Alright.
for
Buy
a
him the
drink.
hypnotic gaze.
He won't
cocktail.
drink that.
Please don't.
He won't drink that.
Please don't. Right. I'm gonna turn my lights back on. Whoa.
Dang. Nuclear
Whoa.
blast. Nuclear blast.
Full blast.
Whoa.
Just
Oh.
fully like
It's like that TikTok, like of the guy when the
Yes.
lightning goes off.
yes.
Like one of the first TikToks I ever saw.
I felt it.
Dang, that's bright.
I felt a bit Ben Starr there for the moment.
Yes.
Um,
The meme, a man.
a man. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Please like and subscribe Natural Six on YouTube.
Them first.
Them
then
first.
us.
Check out the Natural Six Patreon. If you've gotten through 4 hours of this already and you don't know what Natural Six is, heaven help you.
good luck.
I
You're
at
on
some point, I'm
episode
sure
8.
some guy comes
Holy
here
fuck.
randomly through the algorithm and watches us just talking about random stuff for 4 hours. Maybe we put some people to sleep. I don't know.
I don't mind doing that.
Unless we have anything else, I think we're gonna wave goodnight.
Rat attack.
Harry and Harry.
Oh my god.
The rat
That was
has
for
attacked.
Chaz. That was for
Rat
Chaz.
has-
For you, Chaz.
Right
Shout
on,
out
guys.
Chaz for the rat attack.
Good
Good
night.
night. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.